have our first guy.
So we have our first person.
How are you doing, Chief?
Yeah, number.
So what's your own name?
What's the name?
Elephant Radio Man. Artist.
Artist. So looking at President Bouacar first year in office and President Weah, former President Weah first year in office, when you are to create a two-person, which government perform as per your expectation?
Yeah. Brother, the thing you see, the past president Weah, and Joseph Nima Bouacar, non-president, we got big differences.
And what's the difference?
The difference is we're talking about economists, we're talking about citizen well-being and on living conditions in the country that we used to find it easier before. We are not finding it now.
All right.
You are on the street, I also I'm an artist too. Yeah. So I can follow everything every day. So the past president and the present, you got a big difference in president. We are first term or the first or 2 or 1 year in power was great. We were seeing changes.
Better than President Bouacar?
I'm telling you.
If you had a great, me President Bouacar first term in numbers from 1 to 10, what would be your own grading system?
If I grade it from 1 to 10, it will not even reach 5.
President, you will not give President Bouacar 5.
I will not get it.
What if former President Weah?
Why about former President Weah first year in office 1 to 5, 1 to 10?
President Weah 1 to 10. First year in office was guaranteed, it was granted. I'm not trying to speak to I'm a citizen or a United Partisan, no. I'm speaking on direct notion.
All right.
Yeah, that I know about and I see. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to speak on.
Thank you so much. So let's see whether we can talk to someone else again. Good evening. Good evening, how are you? What's your name?
I'm
So, Ernest Willard, looking. All right. So, looking at President Bouacar's first year in office and former President Weah first year in office, who do you think performed better?
For now, I'll tell you that to admit, right, President Bouacar is doing his best.
All right.
But in terms of crisis, during the Weah time, it was much better.
All right.
On developmental aspect, to give the President Bouacar the edge.
So you have a grade, the current president in terms of numbers, the numerical grade, from 1 to 10, what will you grade President Bouacar?
The present president, the grade
From 1 to 10.
1 to 10, I'll give it 8. Man.
You're getting 8. Meaning it's performing as per expectation.
Of course, he do his best.
Why about the former president?
But the process of this discussing, no money.
When you say classes,
No money at all, no money.
No money, but you say you're grading from 1 to 10, you say you're getting 8.
Developmental months, on the developmental
On
aspect.
development, you're grading 8.
Yes.
In terms of cash and capital,
No. Absolutely.
In economy, he perform.
why will you grade former President Weah from 1 to 10?
Former President Weah great. I grade former President Weah on another development. And you know, like question, go discussing question, right? It's 505. First, yeah, 545. You got you for the after being the market was actually surplus. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So let's see what I can talk to the other brother here. How are you? What's your name? William Diggs. You have to talk loud because we are not moving with microphone. So looking at President Bouacar first year in office and former President Weah first year in office, if we have to create a two government, who perform to your expectation?
Logically, I just prepare for money.
You didn't prepare the why?
Very weak.
Okay. In terms of what?
When it comes to borrowing, President, in Africa, if you had a T-way, they get free by a nose. They say you buy. So I think that President, we are really
President we are running the quota aussi party.
Yeah, well, president will do anything, he won't do anything to them banana, he do anything for that sagi.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, how can you create President Parker on a scale of 1 to 10?
If we're here, how you want me?
They 1 year, if we're 1 year.
Yeah, that's 7 or 10.
7 or 10.
Our president, we are.
So you listen? You listen to them? They gave me their own view. Let's see whether we can push. Let's see whether we can push up. We're pushing up towards Brush Creek side to see whether we can talk to more Liberians in creating the two government. First year.
Please,
So let's see whether we can push towards the Brush Creek side and talk to more people. On a scale of 1 to 10, how can you create the two government, former President Guar government and President Parker government? That's why we are on the street today. The name is something Monsieur. And today we decided to do this survey. Tomorrow, we are expected to be in real side. No. Real side will be there tomorrow. So we are engaging towards Brush Street. We are on Brush Street already, and we want to see whether we can talk to people.
serious harm for our communities in this country. So, as a responsible citizen, government shouldn't come and tell you to clean up yourself, take the poop out of home, clean your area, and be safe. You know, a safe environment, a clean environment for a healthy life. Is this a kudos to the current mayor because at first seeing just being on the street in other area is a very, very amazing work by the mayor. The street are clean, like more than before. At least there are not too much plastic on the street, and where the dirt used to be part of are no more. So I think this should be another sound of working for the government. But again, we'll continue our movement with the other Liberians. We'll talk to them to create the both government, the former government, and that's the current government, on a scale from 1 to 10, following the rules of law.
So our colleagues are trying to arrange people for us.
No, sir.
So we're trying to see whether we get the arranging people to see whether we can talk to them, because you cannot just put camera. You cannot just put camera on people. So let me see whether I can talk to this female here. She's the first female so far. How are you and welcome to Closing Argument? So if you are to create President Bouakat first year and former President we have first year, how will you create him? Jawia Fire or alright. So you think Joseph Bouakat perform me? Eh?
Okay, guys, we want to welcome you guys to the Closing Argument again. This is another edition. Today is Wednesday, January 8th, 2025. And we see one of our guests is already seated. We'll be bringing you on in the next 3 minutes. So as we get ready, we want to Lofa Julius will be the one, the lead host tonight. Waiting for him, but we'll start as until he joins us. But we just want to keep the move on. Tonight we have two important IT experts. They will be helping us to know the state of Liberia, the status of IT and stuff in Liberia, especially as related to the government. We'll know exactly. We have all the questions we're going to ask. We'll ask them tonight. Let us come and ask all the questions we need to ask, especially as it relates to the future of our IT industry. Right now, the war is advancing. Everyone's moving. And everything is done now by technology. And it's important to know about Liberia's preparation and the challenges that are faced by Liberians and as we go forward. So we'll discuss tonight Liberia's technology industry, the current technology posture, and how Liberia can reimagine technology for more efficient government functioning. So we have tonight George K. Famule. He will be one of the guests tonight. Mr. Famule is a software engineer and chief area officer for Lake Piso Technologies in the USA. Yes, and also Mr. Isaac Vatupa. They will be our guest tonight. And in a moment from now, we'll bring them on set to get this rolling. So let's sit tight and let us have other questions we want to ask concerning the whole issue about IT in Liberia and so forth. So the other panelists will be joining us. So in the next few minutes, we'll be bringing in one of the guests who's already seated, so we can get it going. Once again, we are live on the closing argument. We are live on YouTube. We are on our Facebook page. We also live on the radio in Liberia, Truth FM, and where several stations across the country are simulcasting the show live. So if you're in any parts of Liberia, I'm sure you're watching the show or listening to the show live. So anything concerning the data and so, whatever the case, and also have a guest panelist, another IT guru who's been in this business for almost 3 decades. I call him T Funk, the great Toyua Harris. He will be helping us to navigate and help us to unpack this issue about technology. That's not our era. So we bring in the experts, those who use it for living, led by the chief host tonight. I see him in his Lofa Loman suit already, and I will now turn the floor over. But before I turn it over to him, let me bring in the guest, and then we'll do the intro. Then Lofa will take control, and you'll lead us in. Welcome, Mr. Mr. Famule, Mr. George K. Famule. Welcome to the closing argument. Welcome to Toyua Harris. I want to welcome you guys to the closing argument. And first of all, let me ask you guys how you guys are doing, how your family, how's everything at your end. We'll give you guys the opportunity to talk about yourself and your family a little bit before we start the show.
Well, Happy New Year to everybody on the call. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yeah. I'm looking at my childhood friend George, and I'm thinking about 2025 and what an exciting time to be alive for us as technologists, because the evergreen field is not even evergreen no more. It's moving faster than lightning. So looking at George and knowing how long we've been knowing each other, It's a pleasure to be on the platform with you, GK. How you doing? Happy New Year, my man.
It's fantastic. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes, it's fantastic. Toiwa, good to see you. And you know, it's so opportune that you guys just out of the blue picked Toiwa to be on the show, because a lot of what we're going to talk about is exactly his area of expertise. Unified communications.
Thank you. Lofa, it's all yours. We follow your lead.
Thank you. Fellas, welcome to the closing argument. As always, we welcome every Liberian. We appreciate you guys for being a part of today's conversation. Hope this is not the the end of the bargain for you guys to be on here. Let this be the start to your appearance on the closing argument and make this his home. I think Brother Harris, we actually interacted before, if I'm not mistaken, last year. Probably about at the end of the year, you were on here. We interacted, so it's good to see you back on here.
I know you heard I was coming and you got dressed up, so I appreciate it.
Well, we can take it that way. We can take it that way. You know, you must. I was always taught to understand that you must give respect to whom respect is due. So, a legendary respect must be honored. So definitely, coming from Lofa County, we were taught to respect our elders. So I have to give you respect. I had to present myself well. So hey, yeah, that's part of the reason why I dressed up. Excuse my voice. Under the weather a little bit, but I'm trying to get through it, and hopefully we can get through the conversation a little bit smooth than normal, and I don't have to repeat myself more. But to my brother, is it Mr. Fumbler?
Yes, sir. George
Mr.
Fumbler.
Welcome to the closing argument. Great to see you or have you on here. My first time to engage you. So hopefully this, again, like I said to my brother, Mr. Harris, this will not be the end of our opportunity to engage each other, but we can use this as an opportunity to start the process to engage. I think we got one more person. Alva's supposed to be on here with us. Is that correct?
Yes, but we can start here, John.
Okay, great. But anyway, guys, welcome to the closing argument. To tonight's layout. Why it is true that we will be focusing on technology, but we will start a little bit differently tonight. Just a little bit differently to get our people engaged in the conversation, and then we will get to the technology aspect of things. Before we do that, let us take the opportunity to welcome all of you listening audience from around the world, wherever you're joining us from. We appreciate you for being a part of today's conversation. Ruth Rabakpangba, Usman Ansu, Kelvin G. Allen, Yasa Bala, Lindsay, Lance, Blackie Sa, Alex York, Abu, who is also a panelist, a member of the platform, and all of you joining us from far and near, whose name may not have been mentioned, but part of the platform tonight. We appreciate you all for being a part of the closing argument and being a part of the conversation. Tomalin, thank you for starting the show. My apologies for the late appearance, but let's start the show with you, man. Everything that is happening in Liberia. I want to start with the with the police IG recent press conference, with everything that is happening, due to the fact that we have to discuss technology. We're discussing the Capitol. That is the Capitol building. You listen to the police IG's press conference today. What do you make of it?
Well, so I didn't have the opportunity to listen to the press conference, but I think one of the reason I was invited here is because of a post that I made on Facebook that described all of the issues, or most of the issues we have with technology. And so that brings us to the Capitol. The Capitol building, from the center of the Liberia National Police headquarters to the center of the dome of the Capitol building is 743 feet. I've measured it, okay? The internet, the fiber optic cable has a terminus at the Capitol building. And it has had one since 2012. But the legislators have never connected that to the high-speed internet. Now, when you talk of
now, Mr. Famble, we will get into that part of it.
No, hold on one second.
I know you're excited to get into the technical issue.
Julius, give me a second. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Here's what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. Technology is an enabling tool. The type of things that would have allowed them to prevent or detect or intervene in a fire, mm-hmm. all would have been enabled mm-hmm. with an internet connection. Okay. My fire extinguisher in my home, my fire detector in my home is connected to Wi-Fi. If there's smoke, I get a signal on my phone mm-hmm. that there's smoke, and if I don't respond in a certain time, it automatically alerts the fire department.
Right.
So when we talk, you say, oh, well, you're eager to get into technology. That's part of the reason I wrote that piece. Because when I wrote the piece, I said the Capitol building, the Temple of Justice, the police headquarters, none of them have high-speed internet. If you recall, a few months ago, Amara Kone said that his office was broken into. Well, guess what? My office building, I'm an hour away from it. I can look on my phone and see every part of that office because I have a security system that has internet. Now, if they had internet in the Capitol, they could have that security system. So the failures that we have, mm-hmm. okay, it doesn't matter what Mr. Coleman says, and I don't mean to be dismissive, but it really doesn't matter at this point what he says mm-hmm. until they get serious about implementing the type of technology that will protect government facilities and even regular Liberian citizens. Everything else is smoke.
So, Mr. Family, and that's why I said, let's start the conversation. We will get into the technical aspect of the conversation on, we are all techie. Well, let me not say we are all techie here. Hopefully we'll give ourselves the opportunity to get to know each other, get to know our background, and then we'll get to the technical issue. But what I want us to let's start the conversation a little bit more on the soft side. Just get our audience a little bit more acclimated with the environment. Let them know the inside, and then we will get to the outside of it. Then we'll get to the nitty-gritty of it. The core of this conversation would end up at the technical aspect of things. But let's start from what we heard today from the IG conference. He came out and he actually spoke on their observation, and that's where I want us to start the conversation. We'll get to the technical issue, Mr. Famble. Let's go to Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, if you were opportune to listen to the Inspector General, Gregory Coleman, he spoke about what he observed from their investigation, and apparently they have concluded. What do you make of his what do you make of his press conference?
Well, as a techie like you and like GK, the first thing I want to evoke in this conversation is technology. And mm-hmm. then I will come back to what Gregory said. Mm-hmm. A simple security camera system would have shown perpetrators breaking in and out. There's no reason our important government buildings are not covered with CCTV. It don't make sense in 2025. So that's the first thing. The lack of technology is the cause. But before he had this press conference, prior to that, he had previous press conferences where before the president started with it had to be done by somebody, arsonist. It went, and then Gregory came up with another press conference and say there was an accelerant involved. I don't know what led to that finding. I would think it will be some forensic fire marshal type of people that will investigate it and come with the data. Not top of my head, oh, I see something over there, or the smoke a certain color. Come on. You know? So that's the funny part about it. So it comes back to technology. Any way you want to take it, George was not driving you wrong. He was telling you the fact. Our progress lies in technology.
Thank you. Tomalin, I know you actually introduced the conversation tonight, but let's hear from you. If you were opportune to listen to the Inspector General, what do you make of his statement today about the incident at the Capitol?
Welcome, welcome Isaac Vatupa. Good to see Ava.
Ava, yep.
Happy New Year, brother. Okay, but one of the good things I'm happy for tonight is because the guys, like I said earlier, we have people who have spent their lives in what they do this for a living. So we'll get the best of it, and they would. So the issue that Gregory came up with today, perhaps we're going to we'll be informed and we'll make our own decision. The public will be informed to know exactly whether what he's saying is true or not. Because if it will tell you exactly, it will lay it out about technology, what should have been in place. Like we just heard from my first time hearing that the optic stuff is what is in the Capitol building there. It's just 743 feet. George just said, I never knew. We're learning, just first thing I learned tonight. And with that in mind, a lot of people have been prevented. So, and I hope Gregory, I sent him the link. He watching this show. He will watch this show to know exactly. All of them watching. The guy from LTA, everybody watching, to make sure that they get the best. So we want to. For me, what Gregory said, I still having some doubts about it. I read it. I don't agree with him much. What he said today. I don't think he has done the proper investigation to come up with such a decision. I think more needs to be done. And where were all the forensic investigators? Where are they? He didn't say anything about it much. So hopefully, by the end of this show, we'll be more informed about exactly how to understand what Gregory said today in more better perspective.
Great. Ava, welcome to the show. Hopefully tonight we shouldn't have to use AI or IGBT to interpret all of your your statement on here, but we'll get to the nitty-gritty of things without having to use ChatGPT. But anyway, welcome to the show. You're listening to Tomalin and the rest of the guys on the show. What do you make of the IG statement today regarding the incident at the Capitol?
I didn't really listen to the IG statement. The only thing I heard was it was probably arson or so, or they had some suspects. So I don't know specifically what he said are probably related to technology or is related to them enabling the police to have a better handle on this investigation. So if it's something, Tomalin can send me the link, I can go and listen, or I can read it and get back to you. But as far as I know, the stuff, I was very busy today, and I just saw stuff flashing across that supposedly is arson, and the president had probably made that statement earlier that it could only be arson. So it's similar to the situation with, I think, the Gifted situation, I believe, when that young lady was in a car with a guy, and supposedly Garguah said whatever they were doing. I believe our leaders should be restrained in how they comments on these things that require investigations. You can't just automatically assume what a situation is. Sometimes things are not what they seem to be. So hopefully there will be a thorough investigation into this situation, because just the concept of somebody thinking about burning or destroying a government building, if it's an arson case, people had looked at the fire. Oh, the fire black, so that now electrical fire can be white. All kind of like mom and pop kind of solutions to this problem. We should let professionals do the work in order for us to be able to come to the actual conclusion
of what's happening in a particular situation. But a lot of times we just take anecdotal information, hearsay, and other things, or just some people's perspectives to come to conclusion on things that you can have technical solutions and answers for.
Thank you. I noticed we just have our Johnny, and also we have Benjamin. Benjamin just joined us. So, guys, let's hear from you. Let's use as an opportunity to just run through quick introduction, and then we will get into the conversation really quick. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, we will not get into a few other things. We will get into the nitty gritty as I wanted to because of the amount of panelists that we have on here tonight. So we will get into the nitty gritty of things as far as providing and suggesting solutions. So Benjamin, let's start with you. If you were opportune to listen to the police IG, what do you make of his deliberation, or what one would say consider what I guess he's suspected that would be the problem?
Anyway, thanks for having me, and welcome to every one of you guys on the show. I think the IG was only responding to his boss. He had to make his boss statement come true, because in as much as since the president have already preempted this whole investigation, so I think the IG was between a rock and a hard place. And the second thing is that I don't even know why the police was even in charge of this investigation, when in fact they were the one that were protecting that building. So it makes no sense that the one who was protecting the building when the fire took place are the same one heading this investigation. So I just found that to be very funny. I will stop there for now.
Thank you. Johnny, welcome back, man.
So thank you, man. Thank you, guys. I just got back from Burmese. I was in Burmese doing some work. By the way, let me say thank you to our guests and welcome to the closing argument. With regards to the fire situation at the Peabody, there are several ways of doing fire investigation. But if the investigators are not given time to do their work, and then the policy makers, the leaders begin to make preemptive statement, that gives the team that is conducting investigation problem. However, we need to hear from the Fire Service Department of Liberia to give us a preliminary report on what the suspect that could have been the cause of the fire and who could have been responsible for the fire. If that situation is not brought to justice, it's not brought to penalty. I think you guys just heard in Lofa, my hometown. I just heard that there was a fire outbreak today in Lofa, in Vanjama, and somewhere in Johnstown. So if the people's house, that is the capital building, is caught with fire, and there's no investigative report on what happened, then how do we investigate the issues that happen at the police station that are being burned around the country? So I think the Fire Service Department of Liberia need to be more proactive, need to be depoliticized, conduct investigation that will give Liberian people a clear information on what happened at Capital Building and other fire disasters we have experienced in the country. The reason is that to have a budget that is low for the fire service, the way to have your budget increase is to let people know that you need more support. You have the capacity to investigate, but you don't have support from government. Then we can begin to support. I mean, we are beginning to ensure that our various representatives at the level of Senate and representative and the House of Representatives to ensure that our budget has money in there to support fire service. Right now, we're discussing getting brand or government offices. Even in the interior, when we're having, like when I was growing up in Vanjama, during this period between now to March, we just experienced a real fire outburst on the mountains, on the hills. because that's combustion. When there's continuous heating and the fuel is available, which is the dry, the dry leaf or the dry trees around there will be combustion and fire will occur. How do we support our fire service department to ensure that these issues are handled? And like I always say, when I was growing up also in Lofa, every farmer will consult his or her colleague, if I will consult his colleague, that I'm about to go put fire on my farm. So all those who have farm in that region will go together and observe the wind direction before they can put up the fire to burn the farm. So if these issues are at the level of community and traditional level, why are we not able to control fire outbreaks in our cities? You know? Well, again, I would say we need to support our fire service department to ensure proper investigation. And this is the period. And before I close, Tomalin and Lofa, I will send you guys some statistical information on fire from last. How many fire occurred we had last year in Liberia? I will show you guys tonight, probably tomorrow, through an email to you guys to see the report. And most fire occur in Liberia during the dry time. Right now, the leaves are so dry that even the direct sun ray can cause fire. How do we respond to those situations? How prepared is our fire department to respond to those situations? We got one vehicle in Morovia, one fire truck. The fire zone has their own fire truck. Every person has a fire truck. Right now, I'm in Dupo Road now. It is a fire disaster in Dupo Road. The response time. Do we have a fire truck deployed now in Peace Bay Town Hall that respond to a fire situation in Dupo Road? No. So I want to appeal to our government, our policy makers, our lawmakers, everybody to ensure that our safety should be their priority in terms of budgeting and planning our national care. Thank you, Julia, for Tomalin for allowing me to be on the show. I'm standing by to respond to a further question.
Thank you. With that said, we will use that as our intro due to the fact that there's a lot of us. But tonight, let me just remind all of us that our studio guests tonight are Mr. Famble, Mr. Harris, and of course, Mr. Togar. Avar and everybody on here again, guys, welcome. Let's get into
point of correction. I'm a guest panelist, not a studio guest.
You're not one of the studio guests? Okay.
No,
You're a guest panelist. Okay. I wasn't aware of that, but let me not take away. Let me not take away from you.
The man is differentiating. He's a part of this platform.
Let me tell you why. I'd like to see you a happy new year, but let me tell you why. So Tomalin sent me the flyer. I said, but why I'm not on the flyer? He said, you're a guest panelist. One of the guests on the flyer. So that's why.
Okay, well, no, I'm glad that you made a correction so that our audience can, just take a little bit of guidance to that. That's fine. We appreciate you being here though to guard us in the process as well. I want us to get into the conversation based off the concern. I know that this is all about technology, and excuse me to our listening audience if we start to get a little bit more into the political jargons. Please do not hesitate to hit us up with your comments. I will push to make sure that they are a little bit more clear when they deliberate on this issue as far as what the possible solutions could be. So we are not just using all of the political jargons and the acronyms so that we can get the answers across, because what Mr. Famble understands in the political, or excuse me, in the technical word, Ava understands, Mr. Harris understands, and I don't think it will be the same for Tomalin. So we will hopefully try to just break things down for all of you guys that are following. Let's start with the issue of infrastructure. I listened to all of you guys, and hopefully you can use this opportunity to just speak to your background, and then you can speak to infrastructure or the concern of implementation. Liberia in the current state, as we look at it, when I mentioned the incident at the Capitol, the first thing I heard from Mr. Famble was technology. we should implement technology to prevent some of these things. Ava mentioned the same thing. Mr. Harris mentioned the same thing. Are we at the point where, and I will start with you, Mr. Family, let's consider the physical infrastructure as far as implementation of such technology. Are we at the point where we can implement these technology? And if so, Mr. Family, what technology or what infrastructure are you looking to have implemented, and based on what requirement are we going to apply these different technologies so that we can be successful going forward?
Okay, thank you. So the first thing I want to make clear is government is not a series of separate entities that all work on their own. Government should be a coordinated group of entities that work together, each of them covering their own domain. However, in order for them to do that, they need to be connected. And the way to connect them is through the information technology infrastructure. So let me kind of lay this out for you. The Liberia National Police, we have complained about this for the last 15, as a matter of fact, since we had Ebola. One of the biggest challenges we had when we had Ebola was there was no central communication structure for the government, for the police. Any one of you who has lived in the United States, you understand that when you have an emergency, there's a single number that you call, 911. It doesn't matter if you're in California. It doesn't matter if you're in New York. It doesn't matter if you're in South Florida. It doesn't matter if you're in Detroit. You call 911, that call is automatically routed to the closest response center for you. And then from that response center, there is a dispatch. So my question to you is this, Julius. How is it that in 2025, this country has not been able to implement this thing? This is not rocket science. This is what people like Toyowa Harris and them do. Okay, and at some point, it is costing lives of Liberians. It is costing damage to their property, and it is making the citizens less secure. Mr. Coleman attended Harvard University. He didn't dial a 7-digit number when he had an emergency in America. He dialed 911, and it routed him to the nearest Boston police dispatch. So my question is this, okay? What is the holdup? And I would really like Mr. Coleman to give us an answer. Why is it that you can't do this? Because this is costing our people their lives. So you can take that same inability to respond to emergencies and say, we didn't have the ability to respond to even know that there was a fire at the Capitol building, even though the National Police headquarters is only 700 feet from the Capitol building.
So, Mr. Family, not to kind of cut you short here, serving as an expert, or again with your vast knowledge of the environment, I'm asking of your recommendation. You mentioned of the implementation of technology, and that's part of the reason why I asked you specifically, what will be your recommendation? What technology would you recommend? And how would the implementation go about? What would you recommend starting to be, and how would it be successful in a country like Liberia?
We need to have a national emergency response center. That's one. Number two, it is past time for the LTA to designate a 3-digit number that will be directed to such a call center that every cellular provider must make available. So it doesn't matter if you're on Lone Star, it doesn't matter if you're on MTN, it doesn't matter if you're on the telco. If you press 231, it will go to the National Police Response or to the National Emergency Response Center. So the answer to your question is we need to have a national emergency response center that can respond to these calls as they come in.
So that's so Mr. Family, that is the end result. That is the end result of what that technology will provide. I'm looking for, considering, as I mentioned earlier, the infrastructure that is currently in place in Liberia. Yes, I agree with your statement as far as let us make sure we have a 911, 922, 111. But what sort of infrastructure would you recommend if you were to serve in that capacity as an expert to start off the process?
I just told you the fiber optic cable has been at the Capitol building since 2012. It is the legislators by choice who have chosen not to connect it. So the first thing we need is every government facility needs to have fiber optic connectivity. The Liberia National Police, if the fiber optic cable has a terminus at the Capitol building, then it's not that difficult to connect it to the Temple of Justice. It's not that difficult to connect it to LNP. It's not that difficult to connect it to the University of Liberia. So when you say what needs to be done, the infrastructure is there.
Well, considering the fact that you don't have standards, okay, put in place in Liberia right now, having to apply or implement that fiber, considering the demarcation zones, one have to take control of certain aspect of that implementation. I'm listening to you saying, the fiber is in the ocean, it's available, but we must also take into consideration certain aspect of its implementation. We can't simply just apply or make available all of these fibers to all of these government agency.
But they're already there. They are already. No, Julius, there's a basic misconception. The fiber terminus is already at those buildings. It's there. It's not in the ocean. We're not asking them to bring it from the ocean, boss man. It's already there. It has been since 2012. This is now 2024. So even if we use your argument that we need to bring it from the Great Indian Ocean, or we need to bring it from the Arctic Ocean, it's been 12 years, boss.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, and I don't want to make this a go back. I appreciate the fact that you're going with this, but let's look at it, and then I will go to my brother, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, I would like to bring you in before I throw in my next question. Again, with the issue of implementation, considering infrastructure and other aspect of technology, making sure that we can successfully implement what is needed to protect and do other things that are needed. And we're not just looking at the capital, though. We can also apply these very technologies to healthcare. Okay, we can also apply these very technologies to home security. He spoke about it. Mr. Family spoke about it, and all of these very aspects or sectors. I come back to the question again: what do we need? Okay, as far as infrastructure implementation to be successful at this. You can chime in, Mr. Harris. You're muted, sir. You're muted.
We've been going at this for a while, for years. Most of the people on this panel. The number one problem is power. We do not have electricity. We do not have clean current. We do not have it. That's the major constraint. I've interacted with some young engineers in Liberia, and it's been really creating UPSs for the uninitiated universal uninterrupted power supply. So they take that using a series of batteries, and so they charge the batteries when they got generator, and the batteries power the infrastructure to provide clean current. So when it's a surge, from the generator or LEC, it doesn't blow the equipment up. I thought that was innovative. But George touched on one thing, and yes, this is what I do. I just implemented the E911 system for the U.S. for a major corporation. There's a law called Kerry's Law. Kerry Law, it states that you must be able to dial a 3-digit code. That 3-digit code will allow you to go to your nearest PSAC, which is the public safety answering point, and that PSAC will then direct whoever the dispatch is to your location. But your location is given through IP addressing because this is using Microsoft Teams. So it's basically IP addressing. In Liberia, and what they do here for the GSM companies, LTA should have regulated a long time ago that the GSM have a 3-digit code that when you call a number, the closer, at least it can get to the closest tower. The closest tower to that device. That as close as it can get. People use GPS to travel all over Liberia. So the GPS technology will show them where you are on the phone. So if you're using, so the funny thing is, if you're using Microsoft Teams on a phone or on a computer, you have to do all that extra work in the back end. But if you're using it on a cell phone, it will not work because the cell phone will force you to use the carrier because the carrier already has that solution in place. But that's the major thing for me. The infrastructure in Liberia is wireless infrastructure. And I think with the advent of wireless technology, the speed of GSM right now and Wi-Fi, stuff unthinkable. You're getting 1 gig coming down to GSM. Power is the last hurdle. Before, it was running wires. But the last mile has been reached. It hasn't been reached. It has been breached. The last mile right now, we're really getting to cutting the cord. And so once we got power as a constant, we solve this problem of technology. And there's a whole different thing. You ask for what will be your solution? What will be your solution for what? If you're developing a solution, you got to
You're breaking.
have a problem. For what? In the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications, the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Deputy Minister for, I think, for telecommunications. That person in the U.S., in the state of New Jersey, that person runs a bureau where every state office is standard. We have no standardization throughout. Like George said, government is connected. So my thinking is, first of all, we need to establish a bureau for telecommunications separate from all bureaus to standardize our IT system. Coming down from the computers to the paper you buy. If you buy in bulk, it's cheaper.
So in short, if I'm understanding, and just to be a little bit simplistic to our audience, the Department of Information Technology, Liberia Department of Information Technology, that will just oversee all of these different processes as far as being able to lay out expectation, requirements, standard, the implementation, and all of these things through that. What you mentioned, like the bureau, yeah. But
we have the government. You see, the thing is, we're government, right? And that position exists by law. If you look at I think they need to be removed from that ministry and be a separate entity. They did it there in New Jersey.
Oh, Mr. Harris.
Yeah. Hello, Lofa. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Hold on 1 second. Johnny, hold on 1 second. I'll bring you in. Okay. So, Ava, coming on.
Let me land.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Harris. We can hear you now. You were glitching a little bit.
You asked for recommendations You ask for why I see the problem with infrastructure. The problem I see with infrastructure is power. Recommendations is that we need
He's bringing up. Let him come back.
I think you go and come back in.
Let him call on Orange.
So
he's calling Orange.
Mr. Famler is recommending that you use your Orange number to call back.
Oh no! You know what happened? I'm on Wi-Fi on this device. I'm on my Mac. I'm a PC guy. Why did I use a Mac today?
I don't know. Don't ask me that. I don't know that. But
don't blame the unit. Blame your network.
No, my Mac is not connected to my Mac. Is a Wi-Fi. That's my personal.
Okay, so Ava, let's hear from you on this particular topic.
Yeah,
This
look,
portion of
electricity is a factor, but electricity is a facilitator, to make sure things run, things stay up, whatever, provide clean energy and all that stuff. But the actual built infrastructure when it comes to technology is not there in the country, right? We got limited fiber network expansion.
Everything else in my room is wired, so I'll get into wired. See you later.
Mr. Harris, I think, hold on. Guys, we're in the middle of the conversation. I'm gonna mute everybody just so that we don't talk over each other, for the fact that sometimes it gets kind of glitchy, and then people start talking, and then you think that you're still in the middle of your conversation or your statement. Go ahead, Ava. Go ahead, sir. You good?
Right. So we need to understand what the extent of the fiber network is, right? Even if we say, like we talk about integration across government, and we get systems that can go all across government, there are so many places in government points, right, that may not be able to respond dynamically in real time because they don't have uptime, they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the network. Yeah, they're bringing in what they call the stuff in Starlink, but Starlink is not necessarily the answer to our real technology. We need they build technology on the ground first to be able to do some of those things. Then we need that people can be connected. The point George made, yes, government needs to be totally interconnected. There's so much dependency in terms of functionality for different government agencies that lack of, or digital platform across government that's integrated, that they can, let's say the whole identity system, the national identification registry, where it's accessible to everybody, that you can know once somebody come and hand you their card, whether that person is legit for the service they want or not. That needs to be spread across government, right? We talk about government-wide, application. It could be email. Look, ministers, deputy minister will give you their card. The government may even have some of them got email, some of them don't, but they will give you the email. But then they will have the personal email on the card.
Personal email on that.
Okay, and preferably they will want you to use the personal email than the government email sometimes because they're not dependable. So when we talk about the whole infrastructure, it's also about the kind of systems we're using and the physical infrastructure, and it has not caught up to where we should be. Look, we are busting on the edges. I know in Monrovia, I know in Ganta and other places. But if we cannot improve our telecommunication infrastructure, we're not getting anywhere. And Togar mentioned a point about the deputy at the Post and Telecom. In my opinion, we need a technology czar. We need somebody who can head a comprehensive, national effort at telecommunications and communication across the country in the president's office. That czar will be able to coordinate, will be able to ensure these standards are in place, that people are complying, that we can develop economies of scale across this sector. Not everybody got their own communication plan. Everybody got their own kind of software. Everybody got their own kind of computer. We only 5.5 million people. Some states that got their 10, 15, 20 million people, they got one system that they're using, overarching system that people feed into. And that's what we need. We need that kind of, strategic, visionary technology leader who will set the tone, who has the president ears, and it's all about the president being committed. But let me just step back 1 second and say hello to your audience out there. Hello to the fellow panelists on here, whether they visiting, whether they guests, or whether they're regular. I want to say hello to you people. And the fact is, some people want to, because I've already received a few texts from people, you're not on Spoon anymore. No, I'm still a Spoon panelist, but that does not limit me from participating on other panels or from doing my own show or anything like that.
We're not doing commercial. You pay for that. You have to pay for that free commercial though. That free commercial.
You can send a bill. You can send a bill. You can send a bill to $sign as a Tupac. I was saying the WhatsApp payment. Look, no, I'm just saying, because the mindset of our people, we like exclusion, we like separation, and not everybody feed into that kind of stuff, right? Different situations require input from different people, and people should be open to accepting the ideas of people and not personalizing it or focusing on any one situation, platform, or anything to be the end or be all for any one individual. So I hope people can understand that dynamic. Now, back to this topic here, I think it's very critical, and hopefully we can have a wonderful conversation around this. But Julius, if you asking a panelist a question and he answers, and you're not certified that person answer, then provide an answer. Because sometimes you get no. I just my little advice to you.
Okay. No. But this is not. We're not tutoring here. I'm here again. This is an opportunity for me to learn, or hopefully he can, I can educate any one of us on here, or our audience can learn. So if an information is provided, and I feel like there could be detail to that information, I think that maybe in the questioning, I can get that information out without me having to present myself as the guru as to what is going on. So it's not that he didn't know the answer to the question that I was asking, but I just wanted, just to get us in the right context. And Mr. Famler,
and my final point on this little piece, Julius, is just that in terms of this, CTO and being able to really guide the policy formation and all of this stuff, it's very critical. If we don't do that, we have a disjointed, separated, everybody in silos doing their own thing. And we have not seen anything from our overarching strategic plan in terms of, telecommunications across the country or technology across the country. And that's something that needs to happen. We don't see any target set. Okay, so today maybe we got 8% penetration in terms of our internet, or 20% or 30%. What is the target for next year, for 2026, 2027? So those are the kind of things that people should look at from a strategic perspective and be able to hold themselves accountable to, measurable key performance indicators that we can then say we are either moving the sector forward or we are not moving the sector forward.
So, Mr. Famler, right before I bring you in, let me just ask Ava this right here, really quick. You mentioned a couple of things that we need to make sure that the foundation to be successful at implementing a lot of the things that you recommended, a lot of the technology will be electricity. Now, considering that, would you recommend a virtual environment to start off, or on-prem? And if so, what would be the basis on which you will consider virtuality over on-prem?
The question is, does it work? The question is, do we have the ability to implement that and maintain it? A lot of times, you said virtual versus what, prime?
Right. Virtuality versus prime. On-prem. Right.
Yes. So look, nearly everything is in the cloud today. Right.
Okay.
So you can have some stuff on site, but we have had this concern about Liberianization, and from a national security perspective, who owns our data for anything we do, right? You can have the cloud in Liberia. A cloud can be situated anywhere, or you can have the cloud remotely, but it's controlled by Liberians. That's what's important. You see, a lot of these projects that happen in Liberia, Okay, we bring in foreign people to develop our code, develop our systems, whatever. They control everything. They control the data. When they leave, we have nothing left. So we have to, like, if this technology can set the standards that when people coming in to do any contract we do with anybody that involves national data, we own that data. That data will stay with us and we'll control it. If we can start having those kind of fundamental agreements or boundaries in terms of how we control what we do and what information is for us, we'll be able to move faster. We'll be able to maintain our data, maintain our systems. And then sustainability in terms of any implementation is important. Somebody bring a project for 4 or 5 years, they pay for a system. When they leave, we can't pay the licensing, we can't continue to operate the system, and then we lose out. So sustainability, all those things are key in terms of moving our technology sector forward.
So, thank you. So, Mr. Family, let me bring you in with this statement here, and then hopefully you can chime in with this. Concerning the fact that utilizing the virtual environment, it comes with its pros, the pros and cons of every technology, of course. But looking at what we have today, infrastructure-wise, you will think that one will want to consider implementing virtuality, right? The virtual environment and utilizing it to its fullest, regardless of what is happening on ground today. Because at the end of the day, in the virtual world, it is based on consent. Our data is our data, and we have applied our affix our signature to everything else. So we own it. At the end of the day, we own it. Would you recommend implementing, to start off with the virtual infrastructure and then hopefully gradually navigating our way through things, or start off building the physical infrastructure on-prem and then limiting it to much more of a hybrid environment where you have both on-prem and virtualization?
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
One of the things is that Isaac and I run a geospatial services company in Liberia.
Okay.
We fly drones in the country. Mm-hmm. And so I have a great tendency to look at things from 200 feet. Mm-hmm. And as we are having this conversation, mm-hmm. I want to disabuse you all of the notion that mm-hmm. power is a problem. It is not. And here's why it isn't. As we had this conversation, I literally sat here on my computer, pulled up Google Earth, and did a calculation of the rooftops on Capitol Hill. We have 113,000 square foot of roof on Capitol Hill, between the Capitol building, between the police headquarters, the Supreme Court, even the Ministry of Information.
Mr. Pham, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Julius, you have to let me land. Okay, let me tell you where I'm going. Okay, we're talking about power.
Okay,
we got 113,000 square feet of rooftop. What can we do with that 113,000 square feet of roof? We can put solar on it, and that solar would give us electricity, and all we need is battery backup. Now, let's move to the infrastructure that you were talking about.
No, but hold on, George. Then why you say it's not a problem? Why you say it's not a problem? It is a problem.
It's not a problem.
Let me tell you why it's not a problem. It's a problem because we are making it a problem. The solution already exists. If we can go out and bring Starlink to complete the last mile, why can't we bring in solar to solve that problem?
Coming from a technical
you will still need the power Starlink.
Mr. Fambola, coming from a technical background, you cannot ignore your problem and think you can find a solution. You must acknowledge the problem. You must acknowledge the problem first, but you are trying to disregard the problem.
No, I'm not disregarding the problem.
And say that we can do
I'm
this.
not
What I'm saying
dismissing
to you, Mr. Fambola, is you must acknowledge the problem and then apply the needed solution.
Julius,
so will you accept that? Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Julius, you also mentioned this thing about virtualization versus on-premise.
Virtualization, right?
Do you know that the data center at Liptelco right now, that the Liberian government spent $11 million to build, that data center has triple redundancy power. It is powered 24/7. The power never goes down. But guess what? It is only 20% utilized right now. The government agencies and ministries, rather than host their servers on premises at Libtelco, all of them have built their own quote-unquote data center, which requires them to then power those places that they build instead of using the power that already exists at Libtelco. So I don't buy the argument at all that we have not planned our infrastructure properly. The data center is there. It is powered, I can tell you, it is powered by LEC, it is powered by generators, and it is powered by a battery bank that can last for 72 hours. Only 20% capacity. So now the question becomes, is it an infrastructure problem, or is it that the government agencies have refused to use the data center? Let me explain something to you. When I was a younger man,
it's a strategy and implementation.
No. Isaac, let me land, please. When I was a younger man, I could stand at the central bank and spit at the Libtelco data center.
Stop it! Don't say that.
No. I will not say that word. I could stand at the central bank and spit at the Libtelco data center. Explain to me, Julius, please. I will wait for you to answer this question. I will hold your feet to the fire. Explain to me, why is it that if the Libtelco data center is within 100 feet of the central bank, why does the central bank have its own data center?
There's several reasons why that
would be no reason.
Actually, hold on. I told you asked me to answer a question, right? First of all,
let you answer my question.
Right. Thank you. You asked me a question. Let me answer the question. First of all,
Lofa, please let me just say, I'm enjoying this conversation. That's why I invited the Honorable Vice President. He's watching, the Minister of State, the LTA boss. I'm happy they're all watching because this is for the good of the country. I'm happy that these guys, all the officials are watching. I'm enjoying the conversation, and all librarians they're eager to hear what's happening in our technology industry, especially when Mr. Fambuda talk about that national center where we should have to do a lot of stuff for our country. So guys, I hope we can just really take our time and really let the librarian people understand. And y'all please also break down the terminology. People now, everybody, the IT.
I told Mr. Fambuda and everybody else on here to understand that here we must be a little bit. Let's break it down to the EUs or end users. Okay. At the end of the day, they need to benefit from.
What about I have my question to Mr. Fambuda?
Okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, guys.
Then let's talk about data.
No, but Mr. Fambuda.
Yeah, man. I have a question.
Okay.
Tomalin, what you say?
After Tomalin, after you, and then I will bring Johnny.
But I want you to answer my question though.
I was going to, but I was going to. You want me to answer the question before you go, Tomalin?
Yes, I beg you.
Okay.
First of all, there are a variety of reasons as to why one would consider to utilize their own prem. Okay. One is hopefully to have redundancy, backup, available, security, and several other reasons. I would not want to rely on your data center not understanding what is put in place. If I can provide all of those resources to my agency, I shouldn't have to rely on you, okay, for everything. Your data center, I can host. The North Carolina Department of Information Technology and the State's Treasurer, okay, we host our own data on-prem. Why it is true that we have both sides of the token available to us, we shouldn't have to buy into DIT. So one can decide to say, look, if it's cheaper for me to host my own to host my own data on-prem, why should I have to subscribe to you? Especially if we consider redundancy, and then we'll consider backup, all of these things, and power supply. If I can provide all of these things, why should I subscribe to what you have that is whether it is 2 feet away from my facility? I am considering all of these things.
Julius, you're not in North Carolina.
What I'm telling you.
But Julius, you are not in North Carolina. You are in Julius. No. I'm not going to allow us to have this conversation.
No, you asked a question, Mr. Family. First of all, you asked a question. Why would I want to consider
In Liberia. In Liberia.
That's what and I gave you several reasons why. If I had to serve
50
CIO.
We have 50 max, Julius, 50 ministries, agencies, and commissions. Okay, we do not have the money, we do not have the resources for each one of them to build a data center.
And that is the reason why, at the genesis of this conversation, Mr. Family, I asked you as to whether you will recommend the establishment of DIT, Department of Information Technology, Liberia Department of Information Technology, that will oversee all of these processes and make sure that whether it is the whatever, I don't know, however you want to refer to it, that way we can make sure that all of these different standards are implemented as we go through the process. You said it's okay. Your focus was on the actual application of the technology. And again, I'm not disagreeing with you. If you're taking into consideration, part of the reason why you serve as an IT support or IT specialist or whatever position you serve in information technology is to help cut cost, okay? To be cost efficient in all that you do, to be cost efficient. So if you're considering yourself to be cost efficient, you must also consider how that could be applied.
Okay, so Julius, this is a great conversation. So let me just take it for 1 second and focus on the National Identity Registry. This identification data needs to be available to other agencies and even international agencies 24/7. Have you been to the building of the National Identification Registry? Where are they housing their servers? They don't. So that means that for that agency alone, we have to build triple redundant power. We have to build all of those things when there is a data center that they just need to plug their servers into, okay, and connect to. For now, it is the most cost-effective solution for Liberia. We cannot afford it. What?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Can I come in so far?
Yeah, come into it.
Let me tell you something, right? The U.S. government used Microsoft Cloud, government cloud, right? You know why? And let me tell you, you know why they left? You know why they left from on-prem? You know why the world? The real, if you're a CTO right now and you living on-prem, you'll be losing your job. The overhead cost of on-prem is eliminated.
It's already there.
You already have the infrastructure existing.
You have the infrastructure. You're not building it.
Finish. I said, if y'all listen to me.
Look, God, let Mr. Harris conclude.
I said they're leaving from on-prem and going to the cloud. So if you got a green field, why will you start where they're leaving from? Listen, let me land. You go. I'm a futuristic thinker when it comes to technology.
As am I.
Which I know very well. And I'm surprised that you're not pushing. You're not pushing cloud technology.
Here's why. Here is why. It's very simple. It is a national security issue. The government
no. That's where you're wrong, man.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The government of Kenya will not allow any data that includes identification data of Kenyan citizens to be stored outside of Kenya. If you're going to build a cloud, let me finish. If you're going to build a cloud, then you build the cloud at the data center in Liberia. Okay, that's our private data right now. The data from the National Identification Center in Liberia is managed by Indians. Do you think me, George Pambula, am going to put my fingerprints on that data so they can say they got my biometrics? Some guy in Mumbai? Do you really think so?
Mr. Famla, if you will, please, Mr. Famla, if you will, please, let Mr. Harris land. And then we'll go to Johnny, and then we'll go back to you.
The reason I brought in government cloud, right? Because government cloud is coming to Africa. It's coming to Africa, right? Microsoft is coming into Africa now. I've been part of the last Ignite. That's a big push for that because of the wireless, of the advent of technology in Africa. Government cloud. Has U.S. government cloud, right, is controlled by some contractors get in there who are not Americans. Do you know that?
That's not, hold up. Hold up. Let me ask you a question.
We're not American, but we're able to get security.
Let me ask you a question. When the U.S. government put out that contract that Amazon challenged because Microsoft wanted, was not the criteria for that contract that the cloud that the U.S. government ran on must be a separate instance from any one of the other Microsoft Azure instances?
Correct.
So it was specifically for the U.S. government. So don't talk about it in generalizations like that.
No. I'm trying to tell you. You see, you're not understanding. So if you look at virtualization, right, you don't have to share virtualization.
Yes, Mr. Family,
you're thinking you have to share. You don't have to share. You can purchase your own instances. Like it's not shared. It's a fact.
So their government. But anyway, Mr. Harris, I think you're on the right. You're on the right track with that. I'll let you land, and then we'll bring Johnny.
So, but George made a salient point here, right? And I agree with the singular entity to coordinate the government. And when we were talking about this years ago, how many groups were collecting Liberian PI data? Huh? George, you want to, there were like how many organizations were collecting PI data? And PI data for the uninitiated private personal information. I mean, data.
Foreign Ministry. We had Foreign Ministry. We had National Identification Center. We had NEC. We had Ministry of Health. We had Civil Service. We had University of Liberia.
Everybody got their own. Okay. So what my thing is, right? Social Security in America owns Social Security data. They share it, but they own it. They administer it. Your Social Security number is not administered by nobody else but the Social Security Agency of the U.S.
Yeah, where is that going?
I'm talking about the entity that controls it.
Yeah, they should be equivalent to our National Identification Registry.
Correct, and they should be able to share it.
But that's what he just said. Basically, people should have a mirror or a window into all our national identification records.
That's what I'm saying.
The 30 million they get to NEC. The 30 million they get to NEC. You didn't want to give it to NEC?
You saying exactly what me and George saying.
Okay. So send both of you. Send both of you are.
You know what happened, Lofa? You probably new to the discussion about these three heads you see here. Been talking this thing for maybe 15 years.
Easily.
You're absolutely correct. I'm new to this conversation, but
they gave $13 million for biometric identification that they should have never had. They should have never had that. Yes. We have an agency that does this work. Identification and registration are two separate concepts. Identification identifies George Fumbler as who he says he is. Registration allows me to perform a certain function that is authorized by the government. So once I identify myself as George Fumbler, I can get a driver's license that registers me to drive. I can go to the university and get a university ID card that registers me to be a student. But the fact that the NEC was given $13 million to register 3.5 million people using biometrics, and we have a non-performing national identification registry without a budget. Somebody asked me the other day, where are we going to get the money from to do this? The money is already in the system. We don't need new money. If every identification function within the government of Liberia were channeled through the National Identification Registry, the agency that's requesting that service would pay for it. The National Identification Registry is a service bureau to all the other government agencies requiring identification.
Lofa, just one point. You know when we dropped this ball?
Lofa, can I come in to just allow our experts to speak more?
When we did voter registration, when we came back from the war, that was our opportunity. That was when we had collated the first data. George, Ava, me, and some other people were banging to them. Let's use this data. Let's use this data. You know what happened? When the contractors went, now we got a whole brand new database. The whole system's gone. You know, we should have used that data because that was the first time post-war Liberia where we collected all the PI data we needed. Right? We should have used that data now because you had the data in a format that you could use it. We should use that data to pursue, to now build on a national system. But we wanted to build a system from scratch when we had a baseline already. That's the point I wanted to make.
Thank you. Johnny, let's hear from you. I know you wanted to chime in on this here. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, so I'm happy to have these three professional RT. My point is, how can we make Liberia's development agenda a data-driven initiative?
Wonderful
Data-driven
question.
with, looking at the RT perspective, right? How can we make our development initiative be more of the data-driven? For example, our urban planning we need to have data-driven in terms of RT. How do we plan Monrovia City in terms of urban planning? Creating access to communities in the event of fire disaster, the event of other disaster. So I'm happy to be on this show to have these three professionals, Liberian professionals, to provide information to Liberian people. Like I heard from Tomalin, some of our key national policy makers are following the show. So can you help us in Liberia understand how can we make our development initiative to be a more driven initiative?
So let me try to deal with that question. Or Isaac, do you want to go first?
I'll let Isaac go first, and then you can come in, Mr. Family.
Okay, wonderful. So, for us to be data driven, right? The first thing you got to do, you got to have that mindset that we want to be a data driven society, right? Data driven means that you are making decisions based on your analysis of data that you have collected, that can be validated, that's trusted, and that's not going to change over time, that you can protect. So when you can get that kind of system in place, then you can talk about data-driven decision making and driving government. But firstly, you have to collect that data. That means the Ministry of Commerce has to collect all possible business and trade data. Anything related to commerce and industry, they got to collect it. Transportation people have to collect the data. We have to have the fundamental, the backbone that we're talking about here, the identification registry has to be in place. We have to know every individual, and it got to be uniquely defined, right? Then come the ability to analyze that data, because I'm assuming now by the time you collect that data, you are cleaning that data as you're collecting it, and you got systems that can speak to each other, right? That means if NEC wants to know all Liberians who are 18 years and above, they can extract that data set with all the different fields and variables they want from the National Identification Registry to use it. If the somebody comes and say, "Oh, I want my passport," the Ministry of Information, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has an API that can connect with the system at the National NIR, National Identification Registry, and be able to say, "This person, yes, this person is Liberian. The other information is confirmed by the birth certificate XYZ." Bam, you can get your passport. So that kind of integration is necessary. Then it comes to the ability to analyze that data now in order to be able to make decisions. And for you to be able to analyze data, certain people got to be accessible. You got to be on a platform, and then you got to have levels of access to the data, right? So that means you got to have a system where you are controlling the access or the authorization level of different people to access data at different levels. And then you can bring those things to be able to make decisions. Everywhere today in Liberia, every ministry, every agency, we can go step by step. Whether we want to go to water and sewer, whether we want to go to maritime, whether we want to go to Ministry of Defense, whether we want to go to a national security agency, anywhere, everybody needs data, they need systems. And that's why I'm pushing for a technology czar who can drive that mindset, that level of comprehension across the country, that look, technology is important, data is important, we need these standards. We agree when we say a date, is it month, day, year, minute, second, milliseconds. So all of those things got to be harmonized, that people can understand when I'm sending somebody the date, they know what that data represents. If I'm sending somebody a birthday, they know what it represents. So that integration across government is necessary. Then systems have to be reliable, because you can't say there's a dependency here. I'm at Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I got 500 people coming for the passports, and I'm depending on the national identification registry, but they're not available. Oh, we got current, so our system not up to date. You know, so that's important. The reliability and the protocols and standards that we set for, you know, everybody to be able to access, everybody on a need to know basis at the level to access the different kind of data that we have. Because the data at NSA, or the data at defense, or the data at police, I don't know what kind of data systems they have. Maybe that's something the IG can talk about one day. But one thing we must know though, the police budget, 77% of that budget going to salary alone, just salary. So when more left other than 20 million for them to do anything else? Very limited. So I know people can crowd the police to do X, Y, Z, but from uniform, from vehicles, from the tools they need to be. Look, I don't see people fighting police. Who's going to be fighting police? Toiva, George, I know you're in America here. How many people can fight police? And what happens when they fight police? So thank you. So our police are not protected. Even they who's supposed to protect us, they're not protected. They don't have the resources to work. So I'm sorry I distracted, but it was something that was on my mind earlier when we were talking about it. So, you know, and then the capacity of the people who will be, you know, managing these systems and analyzing this data, they got to be trained. So capacity development is a key aspect of a data-driven system. And then that critical analysis to look at the data, to identify the trends, to understand the nuances of the data and make decisions around those. So your question is very vital to the future of Liberia, but it takes work. And like George can always say, for government to work, government must work. So we got to put the right people with the capacity, the capabilities, the experience, and the forward thinking in different positions that can lead and be able to get other people to come along with them in terms of this whole national technology strategy that's focused on data and being data driven.
All right, so Johnny, if I can weigh in really quickly, I really like your question. In 2009, I wrote a paper that said that there is no modern economy anywhere in the world, or at the core of every modern economy is the ability to identify every person in that system.
Yes.
Every person. It doesn't matter what country you are in. If you go to the United Kingdom, if they have a national identification number, if you go to Canada, if you go to the U, so that's the first thing. Once we identify people, then we begin to tie assets to individuals. Okay? The reason people can get away with the money that they take from the government is because we are not tying bank accounts to social security numbers. Okay? If your bank account is at your social security number, when you deposit that $150,000, it doesn't matter where you got it from. The bank can give the government a report of every deposit over $10,000. If your social security number is tied to you, that's your money. And you now need to explain it. How many times do we have these investigations and the investigations falter because we can't prove that the data is correct? So the first thing we have to do is we have to identify everybody in the country. The next thing we have to do is we have to tie assets to those identifications, whether it is property records, whether it is automobile registrations, whether it is bank accounts. That's how we will begin to grow this economy, because you always hear when they talk about third world countries, they say, oh, we got so many people who are not in the formal economy. In America, the guy who sells hot dogs on the street has a tax ID number. If he doesn't have a tax ID number, he uses his social security number. So we are sitting on a golden opportunity here, a really golden opportunity. Our policymakers have to be bold. They have to be assertive. We don't have a lot of time. I always tell people, I see a young guy like Julius, and I'm jealous of him because I'm 64, I'm 65 years old this year. We don't have that much time. Okay? So if we don't do it now, if this generation of Liberians does not step up and fix this thing, I don't think it will get fixed.
Or at least set it on the direction it's supposed to go and mentoring these young people to take it over. Because Julius, that really your time, our time.
So it is. So I think listening to both of you respond to Johnny's question. You
never got my take on Johnny's question.
I'm sorry.
You didn't get my take on Johnny's question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you push back on Johnny's question. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Well, like everybody is chimed in. Like George said, when we did the first voters registration in Liberia, that was one of the first time in our history we had clean data. The data was scrubbed, it was clean. There was a big push by people outside the government, but technologists like me, with different persuasions like George, like Ava, that we need to collate this data and make this data work for us. And the way to do it is to establish a national identification registry. Well, they did establish a registry, but the policymakers and the money grabbers sought another approach and wanted to recreate the wheel and build it from scratch. So the data that we had that were existing and clean, we lost it. We lost it. You understand what I'm saying? So we missed the boat on that. One of my biggest thing I will always say this, I see that the LTA boss just chimed in. The GSM companies. This is my pet peeve. The GSM companies are not providing the service they advertise and they're not getting fined. That upsets me. I think there's a whole revenue stream. We need to bring that to the table since we see the people that are making those decisions are chiming in. But that's a whole revenue stream. I can remember when LTA increased the tariffs on phone calls, charged formula cost them out and told them, "Y'all fools, the world going to voice over IP. Y'all will not get that kind of money again." And they banked on getting that direct call when the world was going to voice over IP because they were futuristic thinkers. They don't think 5-10 years down the line. They're thinking about what the situation today and how we can maximize. That's not how you drive innovation, drive a country, drive progress. So until we can get innovative people that look, the thing that pissed me off, we have a cyber. I listened to Ava and George on a podcast, and George asked a simple question. We had a cyber security conference, and it was not virtual. Cyber security conference, it was not virtual. I mean,
Julius, did you attend? Did you attend that cybersecurity conference?
No, it wasn't. No.
I was not informed. You talking to me or you talking to Mr.
Talking to you, Julius.
You talking to me? I was not informed.
I mean, so if we had conferences like that and we open it to all Liberians and make it virtual.
But Julius, how can you say cyber?
And then it come from. But anyway, that's a good segue. Let's talk about the issue of a lot of you mentioned data integrity, okay, and I think when Johnny asked the question, the issue of data, okay, data integrity and data being able to retain or maintain your data. It's very important to all of what you both mentioned. Let's speak to the ethical part of this, considering the fact that from an end user perspective up to the, I don't know, the big buses and everybody else, even in the infrastructure. Consider it Liberia, the layout. How complicated would they be if you were to consider the ethical aspect of data integrity? Just to consider,
Okay.
I value you mentioned several things that we would say, okay, yeah, these things can be considered. And then my brother, Mr. Fambler, you also spoke to those things. So considering all of those things, let us include the issue of ethics. How is it that we are able to maintain data integrity and also and consider data retention, because it's very important, especially when you come to the issue of the law. Okay, when our legislature, they got to go back 10, 15, 20 years. How long are we retaining these data and make them accessible or available to the EUs? So let's start with you, Mr. Family.
Fantastic. So I cut my teeth on database architecture and design.
Good job.
Okay. I worked for Boeing. Okay. I also was a part of, I was at the cutting edge of Bill Clinton's reinventing government, where we moved from computers to electronic forms. Okay. So if you look at the federal government, they have the Office of Management and Budget. What OMB does is, if you look at any government form, it has an OMB number. That OMB number points you to the federal rule for the handling of that form, the management of that form, and the retention of the data for that form. So most federal government forms, the data needs to be kept for 7 years. But the form is your most fundamental data collection tool. Now we have these systems where people can put in their data online. One of the beautiful things for me, I'm a SQL Server guy, right? I'm a SQL guy. I will use Postgres and all the other stuff. But what I like about it, Julius, is it has these things called triggers, right? So everybody that touches that record, who can make who sees that record, you can record the history of who touched it.
Right.
Okay. One of the things about having security in place is not so much to catch the people. It's for them to know that if they step outside, they will be caught. The deterrent factor of security is what is important. So let me give you an example. Let's say you walk into a local DMV and you want to change your address. The lady at the DMV can't just type in your new address. That's her job. You give her the new address, she types it in, and then you have to sign something yourself, right? The reason you're signing that document is you're saying, I authorize Kathy over here to make the change to my record, because when the audit is done, it will see that Kathy changed that record. And now we will go to Kathy and say, okay, Kathy, you changed Julia's address. And Kathy says, well, I also filed his signature authorizing me to change it. But my point is, so when you talk about the ethics of it, you know, one of the things I tell people all the time is, I don't care that people are honest or dishonest. I don't care at all. I don't care. Okay? What I care about is that we build systems that enforce integrity.
Yes.
Data integrity.
If we build the systems that enforce integrity, it doesn't matter. You can't steal. Okay? When I first came to America, and I was just laying on this. When I first came to America and I was in college at Morehouse, I used to work at a gas station. At that time, when the people come to pay you in cash, When you get $100, you drop it in the safe in the floor, right? But you were still handling cash. Today, 93% of purchases at gas stations do not involve a cash transaction. What does that mean? It means
nobody even has to be in the station.
Nobody has to be in the station. You see what I'm saying?
So, Mr. Family, before I let you land, and then I'll bring Ava in. You spoke of what is expected, right? But considering I will go back to Liberia because we are discussing Liberia here, right? With everything we have in place right now, you're talking about data integrity and data retention. You spoke of how we can make sure that the data, the integrity of the data is maintained. But how can we apply or make sure that that requirement is applied, considering the PCI requirement? You know the PCI, and again, for PCI, for those of you who are following our audience, PCI is like those of you who go use your credit card. Like Ava, he just get ready and use a credit card. You fly from Liberia to the States, and then they fly it around. Any institution that is utilizing credit cards, they must abide by what we consider the PCI. Okay, that's a PCI requirement. You must it's security related because you must submit yourself to audits. Unfortunately, for Liberia, it is not in existence. I don't know if it is or not. I know that we use credit cards or debit cards in Liberia, but whether it is in existence, I don't know. What would it require? Go ahead.
Julius, you know what? You know what's fascinating about all these things you're talking about? You know them.
I know that. I know.
You know them.
I know, but I'm just asking. I was told to shut my mouth and let you guys guest talk.
There's not a lack of Liberians with this knowledge.
I was told to shut my mouth and let you guys talk. So I want to ask you a question.
So let me give you an example. This PCI thing you're talking about, right? My wife and I own a medical practice. Okay? My wife is a physician, and she's been a physician for 34 years.
Yeah.
We own a medical practice. We have about 4,000 patients, and all of that is governed by, their data is governed by HIPAA, right? But we also take credit card payments. And since I'm responsible for the technology, every 3 months, I have to go through a PCI audit of my network, right? They have to do penetration testing. They have to do all of those things every 3 months to facilitate that, yes, your data is secure. Nobody can get into it. So here's my thing, Julius. We sometimes lament that these systems are not in Liberia. My excitement is that we know how to build these systems. The question that we have now is, will our policy make us allow us to build them?
But
that's the challenge.
Well,
Julius, can I come in? Julius?
Let me bring something, Mr.
Oh, by the way, you see my Wellesley sweatshirt on, right?
Yeah, Mr. Fumbler. You know,
my daughter graduated from Wellesley in 2017 with a degree in computer science. So I got my Wellesley sweatshirt on.
Mr. Fumbler, let me just people, I come in, right? Your post that generated a lot of attention, and people are now texting me about this, about your post, okay? Please help to break it down, okay? Like one of the part of the post that they keep on bringing to my attention is, for instance, you said currently only 45% of the cable capacity is allocated to the three telecom group, MTN, Orange, and Liptelco. 55% remains unallocated and unused. Another one is this too. You said, you said currently the only data center in the country is at Liptelco. The country is at Liptelco. Air usage sits at under 25% capacity because most MACs have decided to build their own data center. As a result, we have a bunch of siloed systems that defy the data aggregation required for the government to make data-driven decisions. Now, you know, like we said, you guys are the expert, but the Liberian people are watching and listening. In fact, we'll be taking calls in the next 15 minutes. Everybody wanted to chime in too. So please help us understand what you were trying to say in this post, especially the two issues.
So Tomalin, if you will, please let Avad chime in on this, and then we'll take that question from Mr. Family, just to get the point of data integrity and data retention issue discussed. Go ahead, Ava.
Yes, it's critical, and like George said, I usually tell people, instead of my friend can get best, I don't trust anybody that got degree or confidence in people, right? But if I build a system the right way, I can trust that system that every time any kind of transaction comes, it will treat that transaction the same way. That's why we need to build systems of integrity where all the points are considered in terms of the compromise. And then, like George said, there got to be audits, there got to be testing, whether that vulnerability, whether that penetration, to see how that system is being protected. So we are able to do these things. Like George said, there are vast number of librarians in the technology space, and some of them have gone to the highest level, whether Google, whether what do you call the people name, the Airbnb that are coming over there, basically, or librarian build a whole Airbnb system for them. Okay, there are many other librarian professionals in technology that people need to understand and appreciate. But librarians need to be given that opportunity. They need to be recognized by their own people. It's not an insecurity thing, okay? Because these are professionals who coming to do certain things for their own country to benefit. Like Marvin, who just mentioned that he was not invited to the conference. Marvin Cassell is a cybersecurity professional recognized. He basically is the head.
He was cyber for the state of New Jersey.
Still is for the state of New Jersey. He do it remotely. So this whole idea sometimes that people got to come on the ground to do stuff is baseless, because I can manage project and be very remote and monitoring what everybody is doing. So it's about us trying to get to that mindset that we can collaborate across the world as librarians. I suggest a way by create a platform. When any government needs anything, let them put it there for librarian professionals. We suggested let's create a librarian professional database. Another librarian professional, George Creighton, has created a system that all librarians could actually just enter the information. It could be a professional database for individuals, for businesses, small business, big business, whatever. But librarians don't want to, get into that kind of system where it's easy to identify. Government is supposed to run that. Ministry of Information of Foreign Affairs for the whole diaspora. We do not have information and data on even our own people in the diaspora where the technology exists for it to be easy. Before I would say we're getting the full national, identification registry set up. So we have to drive that data-driven mindset. We got to drive data sovereignty, where we own our data, like I was talking about earlier. We got to drive data residency, where we determine that our data should be resident in the country. Many countries are going towards that. In a cloud, you were talking about government cloud, and Togar, yes, the government cloud is there. It's an opportunity for the federal government and all the agencies to be in a protected space. Each country can create its own private government cloud. Is possible,
right?
And the cloud in terms of what it is, whether it's totally virtual or whether it's a physical building sitting there with 50, 60, computers providing the storage or whatever, all those things are possible. It's just about us having that mindset and being driven by a leader, a strategic, visionary technology leader who's in place to say, look, that's the man we're looking at. We're following his example. These are the things he's setting. We talk just about the whole the payment card industry, PCI. That's what it means. And then there's a security standards council. So usually you see the term PCI SSC. They set the rules, they set the requirements, how payments should be. You can't violate those. When you violate it, because of the system alerts and trigger, it would send something to somebody who can ask you about these transactions. And even now with artificial intelligence, if there's certain transactions on your account that are not typical of you, they will be questioning you, they'll be asking you. Actually
Plus, man, let me tell you one experience I had, right? I was working in Renton, Washington for Boeing, and I had to go to Maryland for a funeral. So my flight stopped, I think, in Chicago. I got off the plane in Chicago. I used my credit card in what do you call the place name? In Renton, in Washington, Seattle.
Right.
I got off the plane in Chicago. I bought something in the Chicago airport. By the time I reached the Washington DC, my car shut down.
Yep. Because it looked fake.
The lady said you had a transaction in Washington State this morning. Then you had another transaction in Chicago, and now you're making a transaction in DC. How we shut it down because we think it's fraud. And I had to give her all my information. It said it's me. I'm traveling. Okay. Right. But again, when we talk about the security of these types of things, listen, Julius, we're using mobile money in Liberia left and right. So the question is, what are the rules around that? Okay. Toiwa, just let me say this thing about this whole the cloud thing, right? Boss man, it doesn't matter what this, let's not think about the cloud as some amorphous, ethereal thing that doesn't really exist. It's actually servers somewhere in somebody's building. That's what it is, that everybody connects to. Yep. If you're connecting to Azure, you're connecting to Azure servers. You're just not doing it at home. Okay, you're not putting it on premises. My point is, so let me just kind of segue into the question that Tomalin asked, right? If I'm saying to you, Toiwa, that the data center at Letelco is only 20% used, if I'm saying to you that the bandwidth from the ACE cable is only 45% allocated, and we are sitting on 55% of unused capacity, what does that tell you? One, we are not at a dearth for data capacity. We're not. What bothers me, really bothers me, is that working with a recent government agency, I saw that agency paying $50,000 a year for 35 megabytes of service. $50,000 a year. Now they have to buy that service from either Libtelco, they have to buy it from MTN, or they have to buy it from Orange. So I would like a real explanation. If the government is sitting on 55% unused capacity, why are they buying capacity retail? That's where the analogy Tomalin came in at the beginning. If you got 5 bags of rice sitting down in your house, you would send to the market every day to buy rice by the cup?
No.
You sitting on 5 bags of rice? So my thing is, the government needs to, now let's move in your direction.
No, but just give them a reason why they limited that bandwidth in the beginning.
My thinking was, or at least this is my thought process, the reason they limited the bandwidth is so that they could cover the initial cost and encourage the telcos to build the terrestrial infrastructure out. Okay, so you decrease the supply, and that means you can maintain the price at a certain level. But it's been 12 years.
I got a question, George. So when you say we're using 45% of the capacity, are we, when you say, okay, out of the 100%, are we paying the full price, or are we paying for only 45%?
Well,
are you saying it has the capability of 100, but we paying for 100 but using 45? I want that clarification.
Okay, so here's my thing, Toiwa. All right.
The LTA boss is listening. Maybe he can respond.
Right, but here's my thing, Toiwa. It doesn't matter how you slice it. I don't see why the government is buying internet services at retail. When we talk about that private cloud, you follow what I'm saying? They can the cable consortium of Liberia can allocate an additional 10% just for government use.
The telco should be that vehicle.
Okay, so now Toiwa has arrived at the same position that George Tumule arrived at.
Okay? You've been there a long time.
So here's the thing, right? The telco is a service agency, and it should be the service agency of the government.
We've been there a long time, George.
One of the things I said in the paper was Liptelco needs to get out of the cellular business completely. They can't compete. They don't have the infrastructure. They only exist in Monrovia. But what Liptelco could do is Liptelco could be the management arm for cellular services for the government. So, have you heard of Mint Mobile, Toyua?
Yeah.
Mint Mobile. The guy Ryan Reynolds who advertises it has like a green logo. Ryan Reynolds doesn't have a phone company.
Can I ask my final question before I go on?
Let Johnny ask the question because Johnny's first question was the bomb. Let's see what his second question is.
Okay, so my next question is surrounding our economy. How can an RTC or RT help to reduce corruption or probably eradicate corruption and also boost our economy? How can an RT sector, data-driven again, help to improve our economy in terms of reducing corruption? For example, giving all our government officials. Lofa, give me share, please.
Let's start with the first thing. We pass a law. Nobody touch money. All transactions are electronic. Nobody touch money.
No cash transaction.
The society has to be cashless, Johnny. That's the first thing, right?
Is that possible?
I understand that. It's possible. It's possible. Look,
but even if it goes 70%, 75% cashless, we good.
Alva, give me this moment. Where I work,
you see the harmonizing.
Anyway, so here's the point, right? Yeah, my point is, how can we reduce corruption or eradicate corruption through RTC? And let's say, can we give every government official a credit card? Right?
Okay, so Johnny.
Yes.
I don't like what you're doing. Okay, I'm watching you here because everything I talked about. Okay, let me tell you this credit card thing you're talking about. My issue with it was within the per diem thing. When Liberian government officials go on per diem, go on travel, they get in all the per diem up front. Then they come to America and they stay with a friend. Okay? And they keep that money. So suppose, Johnny, now, every time a Liberian government official was going to travel, let's say your per diem was $8,000 for that trip. We're going to give you a debit card with $8,000 on it. But
yeah, but look, Formula, I had that experience, right? Formula, where I work, when I travel out of Liberia, I come back and give a count of what I expended, and if I have balance to return, I return that, and that's normal for me. Why don't we do that in our government? That's my point.
For you,
but you're in the private sector. We did that's
in the private sector, Johnny. So now the way we structure this debit card, you cannot withdraw more than $100 in cash a day. Everything else must be paid. Okay, you can't get your friend. No. But Tomalin, if you're going to stay in a hotel, you'll pay with the debit card. If you're going to rent a car, you'll pay with the debit card. You understand? So my point is, $100 is for you if you want to buy a hot dog on the sidewalk. You buy a hot dog on the sidewalk with $100. But all the unused money at the end of the trip will be returned to the government.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Second thing, air travel. The government should have an air travel purchasing pool. Okay.
Exactly.
The entity buys all the tickets and all the points that accumulate from that travel go to the government's pool. So at some point, when people are going to travel, they're going to travel on points and not on cash.
So, Mr. Framble, let me ask this question: who regulates all aspect of what is just or what you just recommended? And then we'll go to the phone line back home and
Ministry of Finance.
The Ministry of Finance regulate the. I mean, here we call
the payment of per diem.
Okay, I thought you were talking about purchasing cards because we walk around.
Again, finance to a large extent is finance, but
right, but
they got to set those policies and procedures in place.
Before we go to the phone line, I want to make one point before.
But let's go back to this whole thing. At all the revenue generating agencies or points, we need to implement systems where people are not just dealing with cash. We don't need paymaster no more. Somebody will be carrying money all around the country. with lists that people may not be paid on that list and they keep the money in their pocket, or they got fake people on that list. That's why the national identification is so important. Okay, if we had a system in place, let's say the whole issue now with people actually being legislative staff or working different places and then having supplementary income or on another list to get money. If we have systems in place across government that know all government employees, know their ID, know their bank accounts, you will not be paying too. There will be some kind of alert to somebody who will be monitoring all these exceptions and alerts for them to know. So there's so many ways to restrict the level of corruption that in the system, but it takes technology, it takes commitment for our people to say, yes, we want to go in this direction. This is what we would do, and implement it. Implementation is key.
And listen.
Let me make this point.
Go ahead.
So it comes back to this universal ICT, Department of IT. I just did a search. Every government agency has a director for IT. And that's normal in government settings. Do they have a
Isaac, you need to stop.
Do they have a universal meeting?
No.
Do they have a meeting where all of them meet and they plan?
Well, you got no overarching policy, so everybody is in a silo. They're not.
And that's what I'm saying. So it brings us back to the initial question that Lofa asked us. What are your suggestions about Liberia and how we can improve?
Listen, okay.
But
so
said the IT
czar.
Somebody said the Ministry of Information Technology. You put it in ministry, you put it in czar, in the president's office. As long as that person has the support of the president, and that's the policy to move in that direction,
and it has the power to oversee all IT related issues in government.
Including contracts.
So you are. I will send you a copy of the executive law that defines the Bureau of Data Processing that exists under. Wait a minute. That exists under GSA.
Yes, sir.
If you read that law, the director of the Bureau of Data Processing, listen to this very carefully, and I'm quoting it verbatim, is responsible for all data processing systems in the government of Liberia.
Didn't I say that before?
That is your chief technology officer.
Didn't I say that it was already?
But do we have one?
It's buried all the way on a GSA. And
do we have on a GSA?
Do we have one?
There's a guy that I know. There's a guy that I know. His name is George Fambule, right? I know that guy. He's got on a Wellesley shirt. This guy right here. He wrote a letter to Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
I remember that letter.
And he told her that one of the things she should do is she should remove the Bureau of Data Processing from GSA and move it to the Office of the President until such time that they wrote legislation and set it up as a separate standalone government agency. Do you disagree with that, Julius?
I totally disagree with that.
But when you're talking about DIT, then?
I mean, I'm talking about DIT because if you're listening to what was stated, he said to remove it from the GSA.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, GSA is considered now DIT as it is discussed.
But Julius, what I said is move to the Office of the President until you can pass legislation to set it up as a separate standalone agency.
Okay, but here's where you will forward. This is where my concern comes in, and for those with security background, they were advised because now you are utilizing again that two-scale security that you are now having to deal with. The Office of the President again you're dealing with sensitive information, sensitive data, as compared to what you may have to deal with.
Stop talking about that
at the GSA. So when you're managing, when you say he's not talking about that, okay, what do you mean he's not talking about that?
The person will be.
Yeah, he's utilizing. No, are you saying just the physical transformation, or you're actually talking about processing? Because this again, you can't.
Okay, you say
Julius,
the function of that office,
right, should be under the president.
The function of
right.
that office,
So that person can be a deputy minister of state for presidential affairs for technology.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So under that, with that structure put in place, and Ava, excuse me, I'm sorry, Tomalin, we have the phone lines open. Are we ready to take calls here before
Henry, they're the guys in the studio. Yeah, Henry, you guys start taking calls.
But before we take calls real quick, and I'm gonna deviate here, and I will come back. Hopefully, I want to give our audience the opportunity to chime in on this. Mr. Family, we'll talk about that. Let me say this, right, and hopefully you both can chime in on this part of it. What value does it add to the current situation we have in Liberia? Knowing that we have our lawmakers who are walking home with scratch cards, and considering the fact that, you know, from an IT background, you are focused on reducing costs and all of these things. Would it help if we would?
Yes. Hold on. Let me tell you why this is exciting.
My mind, Mr. Family, you read. Okay, I'll let you go. You seem to be reading my mind.
Okay, I read your mind. Tell you why. Remember when I talked about Telco managing and buying minutes from government, from the other carriers in bulk? So the telco could literally say, no, we'll cut off all the scratch cards. We'll cut them off.
The Metro PCS right there.
Thank you.
Julius, you feel me? We're going to cut off all the scratch cards. Telco will then put out a bid and say, we need to buy 500,000 minutes from any one of these carriers. You'll give us the best price you can give us. And then Telco now becomes the manager of that cellular data. We assign the numbers now. So now, you know, Julius likes the direction we're going in. Let me drag Toyowa into this direction. Now we can bring back.
But why you keep
wait, man.
Guys, I'm sorry. I guess Peabody is on here now. Tomalin is on here. I really got to run. But I'll be back shortly.
So Toyowa.
No, I'll be back. I'll be back shortly.
So Toyowa, listen to this now. Listen to this now, because Toyowa, you like cloud business. We can put a government PBX. We can put a government PBX where every government official has an app on their phone, okay, that rings with their government phone number.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right, guys.
We can do that.
So, guys, let's use this opportunity. Let's use the opportunity. Take some calls. Henry, take some calls from back home. I'll open the phone lines here in about 2 minutes. Let me just tend to my dog real quick, and I promise. Sorry, guys.
What kind of dog you got, Julius?
I got an American Bully.
Okay.
American Bulldog or American Bully?
American Bulldog. I got two Bernies.
Wow.
My daughter just got an English Bulldog. I told her it cost too much money.
Nah, yeah,
it does.
American Bully. I deal with that. It's lost soft. Anyway, Henry, let's take some calls from you, boss man.
And I'll tell you, 96.1. This is the reticence. Really, you've been following very closely. It is now time you form part of the program, the closing document. So please, in your call to 07728 5961 777 58 61 777 28 59 61. That's the number. And then you're going to be live here to talk to our panelists on issues that they are discussing. 077 28 59 61. Oh my God. 07770 28 59 61 777 28 9 is the not call, and then you're going to be live to talk to our panelists as it relates to what they are discussing here on a closing argument on the Renaissance Radio 96.1. Yeah, the call is coming in, boy. It's actually Jeremy, so let's just be patient a bit. So one call after another, 777 28 59 61 0 777 28 59 61. like at the very first card, or oh my god. Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you there? Good morning. Oh my god. We lost that caller. 777-285-961. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. You guys are getting?
Yeah. It's not clear though.
Yeah, even why you joining us?
There's someone calling from here.
Okay, how's your ERWN?
Yeah, it's very cool.
Okay, Patrick, make your point.
My point, I wanted to know, in Lofa, what go on Lofa today? After I was discussing on some policy, I wanted to know what discussing.
Okay, just keep following.
I want the monopoly children in Lofa today.
Okay. Okay, 777-285-9610, 777-28-50. He wants to know what went on in Lofa, killing the sackless children. That's his concern. To this call, no, 077-28-59. Don't be all single. Please call when I call you. 777-28-59-61. Oh my god. Good morning.
Hello?
How are you from where you join us? Please be audible a bit.
I'm Ibrahim joining from Chosivie.
Okay, Ibrahim, go ahead. Make your point.
Yeah, my point is everything you're talking about is doing the show. The show is very fun. I listen to the show and I admire the show. But I get certain questions to ask about the level of explain about your experience.
Okay. What's that? Ask the question.
You know how you the experience.
Okay, so you want to know more about his experience?
GK, yeah. With the credit card, GK.
Okay, just keep listening. I'm going to explain more about that. Okay, 077-28-59-61, 777-285-961 is the number to call, and they're going to stop here. 077-28-59-61. Good morning. Your name from where you joining us? Please be audible a bit. How's that to bro end? Okay, Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, I really enjoy that. What they are saying on the show, I pray that God has been more come.
Okay, you pray that their dream come true. That's it.
Our country, all the eyes, what they are talking on that show, they
Okay, my brother. Thank you. Thank you so kindly. 777-285-9610, 777-28-59-61. In pray that all of the ideas, the panel are putting together, will be a good one for Liberia. So Liberia will be a good country. That's it. Always think positive about your country, because the growth and development rests upon you as a citizen. Nobody else going to.
Henry, if you don't have a caller, I can take one call. I got one here.
Hello, how are you? Your name from where you joining us? Okay, Tony, go ahead.
Well, I listen to those guys, but they're really.
They're really what?
They're really fake and gay.
Okay.
You know, all of those things is there. If we have those things in place in our country, we want to see corruption coming down to a very lowest point, and we want to see things shifting from one point to another. I pray that God will help them. I pray that God will send a leader that will be willing to work with them.
Okay, my brother. Thank you for forming part of the program. Okay, so let's turn to Lofa while we are with more calls from this end. So Lofa, you can take calls from your end. I don't know if you are there. 07772859617 777285961.
Go.
Morning.
Caller, go ahead.
And if you want to join us, a minute, Lofa. Okay, Steve. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell our brothers thank you for the topic on our discussion. But I want to remind him that it is often said in Liberia that Liberians are good at talking, but the implementation is lacking. Yeah. All the things that is saw in the diaspora that they are discussing is good. But how will you implement it? So when you put it as a manager to discuss something, you will discuss it to the best of their ability. But if you give them the chance to implement all that they discuss, you will have problems. And then I also want to make something clear. I think I was listening to one of those guys saying that they already have a platform where Liberian technocrats should go there and form part of it. But how will Liberian technocrats go there when you are not announcing it like you are doing and you are not sharing the website for Liberians to form part of it? Do you know that in this country, they have Liberian jailers in this country, but yet and still the Ministry of Land I don't know. And when other companies are bringing jailers here, all this is that there's no Liberian in this country that can do it. So when those things, when those websites are established and technically registered there, at least you'll be able to show them to the world market so that Liberians will go out there and experience other things out there. Thank you. I want you to answer to it when I grab the call, please.
Okay, my brother. Thank you. Thank you so kindly.
All right, let's take Gus. Let's take Gus Koma on here. Gus, here. Gus, go ahead. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Gentlemen, this is Gus Koma. I'm glad to listen to my big brothers here. We've had these discussions since 2009 until today. I wanted to call earlier. You mentioned about power and some of the people with some of the issues we've had. Look, I've come to agree that one of the only reason why Liberia cannot move forward is a will to do anything we want to do. And I heard this from the fellow on the platform there, much probably. Everything we need to be done has been done before. I even made a comment under the post. Gus Koma was one of those boys that grew up in Davidson, my town. Okay, I used to watch airplanes when they come to Kehleboe. My Lofa Julius would know what Kehleboe is. Okay, we thought white people was weakest. Gus Koma today is the one that can work on equipment that are millions of dollars, X-ray and MRI equipment in America. Gus Koma understands technology today. Everything that we need to get done in our country, our people have refused to do it, simply because of the fear and the envy of other people. Because there is no reason why. Toya Harris understand, George Family understand, everybody understand this. In Africa, what do we have abundance of? We have power, which is solar today. Even in this Midwest that I live in, solar has become proliferated. Almost everybody is getting solar power today. They want to sell you solar panels to put on top of your roof. When in the winter, things are going to happen where you can't collect that power. But you know what? Americans are doing it because they see the benefit of it. In our country, we refuse to do those things simply because we benefit from corruption. The few people that can benefit from all these other monies that are allotted to them without any kind of safeguard are the reason why nothing is moving forward. We don't have national ID system because we know national ID system is going to have a checkpoint for people corrupting the system. So this is where we are. But I'm glad that your platform has decided to veer away from politics a little bit, because there are a lot of people in Liberia that can change this narrative, and they're only going to change it by hearing it. They're only going to change it. I mean, only going to be able to support our cause by hearing these things instead of us politicizing everything and just talking about politics all the time. We know politics has never taken us anywhere. The people in sitting at RLJ today, let's think about it. Liberia is spending money on representatives living at RLJ, but we can't do anything to say we'll start the first, how you call it, power system to get the system in place that we talked about. It's an excuse. Power is not the issue. It's the will for us to do anything is our issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus. It appears that you got a caller, Ava. Okay. It appears that I think we got disconnected from the guys back home, but we can continue. We can continue with the conversation. Hopefully for the next. Wow, we got 30 more minutes. Tomalin, is that correct?
Wow.
We got about an hour. Okay, I think we got disconnected from the guys back home. But anyway, let's go back. Once we get calls, I will bring calls in. The number is here.
I'm going to ask a question quick, right? I want to find out from the experts. In Liberia, right, we have a few companies that providing phone services to our people.
Right.
It is that is restricted, or you have a monopoly over it, or what? I mean, like.
No, it's managed. It's managed by the LTA. They are licensed. They're all licensed.
So you think we ought to have if about 10 person want to bring phone, get a phone, they will allow it to happen?
Let me tell you the reason why we have only two. Our subscriber base is low. We've got only 5.7 million people. Our subscriber base is low. That's why they was one of the GSM companies wanted to pull out at one point, and they were going to force a monopoly. That's where that what you call the floor pricing issue came into place, because Cellcom was trying to squeeze Lone Star out, and by selling that 3-day package, and Lone Star couldn't make money with that.
I'll tell you what, if we're sitting on 55% unallocated capacity, we're keeping the cost artificially high.
Yes.
Listen, if okay, so let me give you an example. Starlink is supposed to be coming, right? And Starlink is this last mile technology. Marshall is one of the most rapidly developing areas of Liberia
with no urban planning. Don't get me.
Okay, but listen to this, Toyua. Could not a cellular company provide the same service that Starlink is going to provide, meaning wireless connectivity, if they put a tower in Marshall?
That all they need.
So let me throw this in.
As a matter of fact, LT forced them to put towers all over because people pay for the service.
Because we need to connect the country to microwave.
Would it be fair? Would it be fair for me to assume, and I will admit here that I'm assuming that our regulations appear to be the enemy to the success of true transformation when it comes to technology, because vast majority of what is happening today, it appears that nothing is regulated. I'm listening to everything here.
It's open.
There aren't much regulation, and we are more vulnerable than anybody can ever imagine, even when it comes to what physical, cyber security, anything. I don't even want to speak to.
And those are some of the things that LTA.
So, will you, Mr. Famler, would you agree with me, based on my assumption, in quotation, that it is based on regulation and the fact that we have not instituted adequate regulation to protect consumers, and that of just government and everything else?
Well, so I will agree. This is what I will agree to. Okay, the protection of the consumers lies in the improvement of the technology that is delivered by the carriers. The regulator, which is the LTA, has to make the carriers deliver the service, because, like I said, when I talked about the tower being built in Marshall, had we held the carrier's feet to the fire and say, hey, listen, there needs to be a tower in Marshall that can broadcast high-speed internet connectivity. Boom. that means that we don't need Starlink in that area. This is my concern, Julius, that for those people who are heavy users of internet services and can afford it, when Starlink comes in, they're just going to buy Starlink. Me, I'm going to buy a Starlink dish from America and take it to Liberia. Now that Starlink is in Liberia. So what does that mean? It means that I'm no longer buying service. It means that I'm no longer buying service from the telephone companies. That means that they're going to experience a reduction, right, in their subscriber base, and they will have to then raise prices on the regular Liberians.
So Mr. Famler, that brings me to the point where, again, we speak to regulations, right? Because if it was regulated, regardless of where you purchase that equipment, you may have to subscribe to some kind of provider, local provider. Just like you have your DMARC, okay? Your DMARC, you can only go to some extent, but you must submit at some point in time. You must hand over service to another person. That's why when we deal with these various vendors or customers, you have your demarcation point. There's a specific location where you stop. When you're purchasing equipment from another place, you come in Liberia, if the regulations are in place, don't you think it will protect the vendors and the subscribers as well, to make sure that both ends of the tokens are benefiting from this this business interaction?
Yeah, I agree with you, but we need to have those. We need to have those discussions in a way, for me, that, listen, the more we can democratize the internet in Liberia, the more we can grow business, especially small businesses, and that's always my focus. Okay, how can we get small businesses using this the internet to communicate with the world? But I am one of those people who does not believe that Starlink is the solution to our lack of infrastructure.
But I mean, anyway,
Okay,
let's listen to Mr. Harris, and then we'll bring Robert in on here. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Robert looks so good, I feel bad with my sweatshirt on, but that's a whole different story. Let's go to this. So, the GSM companies come to Liberia and they get a license to provide national coverage. Usually they give them a certain amount of time to build up their infrastructure. That time has passed and we still don't have national coverage. What is LTA doing? They should be fined every day that Marshall does not have coverage. They will put a tower there right away. They should be fined every day that Bum Mines, in Laketa, in Bum Mines, where my farm is, has coverage. You know, but they're not doing those things. They are looking at financial audits, like Marvin Cassell just posted. We've never heard of LTA doing a comprehensive infrastructure audit with the GSM company. That's part of the regulatory responsibilities. Another thing is they had a big device, or they got some kind of contract with a company that they wanted to emulate what was done in Nigeria. And in Nigeria, a regulator was making a lot of money. You know, when you call drops, a certain amount of drop calls, you pay for it because that's protection for the customers. None of that is implemented in Liberia. So there's a whole revenue stream that's not touched.
Okay, let me tell you what I want to see, Toyua. I want to see.
And they say that, first of all, the average cost of using cell phone in Liberia is maybe triple the amount it costs for me.
So let me tell you what I want to see, Toyua. What will be progress for me from the LTA in the next 3 months is guaranteeing interconnect without drop calls, meaning an MTN phone can call a Cellcom phone, so I don't have to have two phones, okay, without drop calls. That's one. Number two, I want to see a national emergency number that rings to a call center. Okay,
I remember I saw that when I went Liberia on 933 or 911. I said, Johnny, can you confirm that? Johnny, you live there.
Okay, a single number, but we don't have a call center.
I think 911.
We don't have a national call center. We don't.
I don't know where it goes. But
here's the funny thing, right?
What would it take to have a national call center? What would it take?
Yes, no. But here's the thing, right?
Why would it?
The money was provided for this. The money was provided for this when we had the Ebola crisis. If you go to the Kehleboe building, I believe, on 16th Street, you will see the actual booth there for the call center.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, talk to Sebastian One. He was there.
That's a fact. We know that people.
The money was provided for this stuff. So what happened?
So
you don't want Julius to come from North Carolina to build it for y'all?
He go happy. But Mr. Pamela though, and let me bring Robert in with this. Robert, welcome to the conversation. Let's bring you in on here with this, right?
We check each year, so you see
at what point do we apply the 5 9s to this entire process of users? The 5 9s. At what point in time do we apply it?
We live on that, bro.
So I'm just let's bring Robert in on that question so we can get something here. Robert, let's hear from you, Busman.
Listen, it's great to be on. It's great to have. I'm not the. I'm at work. That's why I have to. I'm required to dress like this at work. So I wish I was at home and I could wear a sweater, or I could wear.
You're a funeral director.
I could wear the. No, nothing. I just.
Rob, I'm just messing with you, man.
I just messing with you. I love to do all black. I was told that all black looks good on me, so I wear more all black. But listen. I won't attempt to speak as an expert on this matter. I think we have Lofa. These are the professionals and the experts when it comes to digital technologies and George and others. But here is what I will say, though, is that I understand what least developed countries and or developing countries are doing to ensure universal access to the internet, and not just universal access, but sustainable access, reliable access. And because we're talking about least developed or developing countries, and even though Liberia is old, is Africa's oldest independent country, we are considered as least developed at this point. But and most of these least developed countries, when you look at what the United Nations are doing to support these countries, one of the main things that they'll talk about, and I want to highlight and emphasize, is the government's ability to recognize the importance of digital technologies. We've got to start there first. Are we at a place where our government understand the age that we're in? The century that we're in? Do they understand that, I would say maybe 15 years ago, the internet did not have such a significant impact in politics as it did in 2023? For instance, this is the reason why George Weah government was perhaps one of the most criticized government, not only internally, but externally. You know, the internet played a big impact on that, right? And people don't necessarily have to turn their radios on for information. People don't have to ask those, you know, in who have who are inside of the government, or those who work at the Ministry of Information. Anything that happens, if you want to know, just log on to the internet. But have our government recognize the importance of digital technology as it relates to national development? And if you ask me, I don't think they've done that. Have they put in place the proper regulatory framework, right? Have they ensured that we have the proper training, right? And so these are things that least developed countries are doing, and I'll mention. And every time we mention this, is not to compare, right? Because I don't think the Ghanaians are more intelligent than we are. I don't think the Sierra Leoneans, at some level, even though we have similar experiences when it comes to war, I don't think they are more intelligent than we are. I don't think anyone is more intelligent than we are. I think in our own way, we have professionals and we have expertise. We have expert folks who are expert in certain areas, right? Have we identified and appreciated the expert in certain areas? Have we recruited our best minds? If technology, if the question of technology should be a topic of importance, are we recruiting the Lofa Julius and the other folks who are into our team? My wife graduated with a bachelor's cybersecurity. I mean, when you see this, she works for the federal government. When you see this woman do certain things, when I see her do certain things when it comes to the internet, when it comes to when it comes to anything IT or whatever, it blows my mind to the point where it scares me sometimes. Like there's certain things I can't even do.
To the point where when you leave, where you leave your phone home, you
I
run.
need to be very careful. I'm not seriously, right? Because she has a way of figuring things out that I would never figure out.
Robert, if she works for the federal government, you can relax. She's limited.
But
she's licensed. She's licensed.
You got an air tag on.
Yeah, but Julia, she can still find all his text messages.
She can find them, but she can still figure it out because there's certain things in iPhone. There's certain things. Do you know that I just realized that when you delete a message, it was just a few months ago. Don't laugh at me. That I realized when you delete a message, there's a way that you can still go and see recently deleted messages on your iPhone. I had no idea that existed, right? And so again, are we recruiting our best minds? Are we recruiting people who understand not just the academic aspect of it, but the practical aspect of it? I don't think our government are at that place. We talk about tourism all the time. We've seen other developing countries thrive when it comes to tourism. I always mention Jamaica. They're making billions of dollars, millions of dollars annually. The Ghanaian, I will close on this note. The Ghanaians started 2 years ago giving citizenship to Black American. I was so amazed the last time when I saw Yendi, a popular TV star from New York, and Mendenzi, her husband, even Dr. Omar. All of these guys were in Ghana receiving the Ghanaian citizenship just 2 days ago. Do we understand why they're doing these things? And do we understand the kinds of businesses and opportunities that they bring to our country? Our government have got to recognize these things for us to improve and get better. I don't think technology-wise, I don't think they understand the importance, and so they have not decided to invest accordingly in technology.
So Robert, before we get to Brother Harris and Tomalin, let me ask you this question, right? You spoke of the concern for transformation, true transformation. To be honest with you, from my perspective, I think that in order for us to experience true transformation, it must be inclusive of technology. Okay, because technology in a way will actually just connect cities. Okay, we can easily connect various cities and towns utilizing technology. But let me ask you, if you have had the opportunity to read through the budget, have you seen anything related to IT or anything?
Absolutely not. That's why I said, have they recognized the importance of digital technology? We all of these things, and mind you, we're in the age of technology. We are in the age of technology. We are in, look, the work. Listen, let me tell you something. We talk about education reform all of the time. One of the things that I love this country about, and a lot of other countries are mimicking it, is the fact that people these days don't waste their time on degrees that won't put money in their pockets. You can get the doctorate degrees all day, but it's about the jobs that are available. I've seen people with bachelor's degree, they can't get no jobs. I've seen people with doctorate degrees, they can't get no jobs. They have to go back into a 6 months or 12 months certificate to go and be able to get a job. And so again, it's about what can I do to earn an income, not just an income, but a livable income, right? For myself and my family. These days, it's not just about the degrees. Back in the days, we used to worry about, okay, well, we graduated high school. Now we must get a degree because our parents demanded that. But what kind of degree are you getting now? Are you just getting a degree to boast about it? or are you getting a degree to earn an income and to
Apply
be a
it.
professional and apply exactly? If you cannot apply it, if it's not benefiting you and your family, if it's not impacting the lives of others, right? Like Liberia, then what is the essence of that? So to your question, Lofa, all of the things that are important today, all of the things that boost the private sector, tourism, I've talked about tourism, all of these things, are we prioritizing those things via our budget? And are we also prioritizing and thinking ahead 5 years from now with regards to what will be of most importance in our country? To those University of Liberian students, political science may not be your thing, because these guys, everyone cannot be a representative. Everyone cannot be a senator. How else are you going to feed your family? How else are you going to earn a living when the private sector starts to grow and we're focusing on IT, tourism, and other areas? So to your question, Lofa, no, we have not prioritized that because the government have not recognized that.
So Mr. Harris, actually, let me bring Tomalin on this one here. Tomalin, the recent our last show, you mentioned the fact that the government actually provided 2 weeks of studies for, I think, about 10,000 Liberians to go through computer training. Then let me ask you, based on what you're listening to, and just from the surface level, do you think those young people honestly have any impact if it were to come to job creation? It's 2 weeks. We're talking 2 weeks here. What and how much would they have acquired in 2 weeks' time? Some of these people, no computer knowledge at all, and you said 2 weeks and you're certificated. Do you really think that we are impacting them from a government level to contribute to the global or just the national job, the job creation or anything of that nature? Do you really think that decision to provide 2 weeks?
Well, I mean, just the entry level. They're just entering, getting their foot in the door. I mean, we should commend them for that, because 10,000 people getting introduced to technology man, we should give them credit to, though. But we should ask for more. Okay, ask for more. But I believe that that's a positive step. I hope they could spend more time and to make an impact like you are asking. Mm-hmm. But Lofa, while I'm on the floor.
So where are they going to work when they return? Where?
I mean, it's not many. I mean, like I said, we're all looking like the country, another country looks, and they are searching for employment. But the idea, they have the knowledge is there. They come in there.
No, Tomalin, it's counterproductive.
If there's no job, what can we do?
I want that Lofa coming. But what I'm saying is,
Robert, you just said people are more interested now into getting skilled job. Okay, right. So now maybe for the future, because right now you and I know no job creation in Liberia now. So tomorrow, if a company comes to Liberia and they have jobs available, these people can benefit from it.
No, but we can do both. We can start the process of creating companies within the government first before we even go to private sector job growth. While we train these Liberians to be able to come back and work. But it's almost like going to college. What is the motivational aspect of going to college in Liberia when all of the graduates cannot even go to the private sector to find any jobs? What is the
private sector is small. I mean, the problem we're facing in the country is that right now we're always having the country. Who will put the money? Who will invest in Liberia right now? I know. So I mean, we are, but before while Turani come in, but Marvin asked a question, says something. He confused me, but maybe you can help me there. Marvin talks about Starlink. I want to, He said
what you said about Starlink.
He said it should scare people.
Imagine that Liberian government data will be going across Starlink.
Okay,
that means you don't own that data once it gets in the cloud. I mean, once it's being transmitted.
Cellular.
I have to speak to what you were talking about, because this IT training is hands-on. It's probably a 6 weeks or a 6 months course.
2 weeks. 2 weeks.
1 month after that 2 weeks, if you're not using it, you lose it.
Exactly.
So that is a waste. Okay, IT is a hands-on thing. As a matter of fact, universities cannot build curriculum for IT. because it's so dynamic. It changes so much. By the time our book is written and published, everything in that book is obsolete. You don't even exist anymore. So that's why I don't have any books anymore. I used to have bookshelves. I don't have any books anymore. I got a tablet. Everything's online. So the initiative was great. What I thought we will do, we will try to create call centers and train people to solve problems with scripts like these Indian people do. They're not technical. They're just reading for them in script. And Liberia make a speech series more than all Liberia make can be Bob too. You know how many Bob from India you talk to? Hey, you know he's not Bob, right? Yeah. But that's the kind of innovation that we should be looking at. So my thing is, and Lofa, I come back to your first question to me today. Our main stumbling block is power. Because electronics run on electricity. That if we can't get power transmitted throughout the country, because people are thinking on Monrovia, and George talking about solar. Solar is great. Solar is the way to go, but solar is if everybody go on solar, then the national grid goes down because nobody be paying to the national grid. You understand? People forget that other part. So then what happened to the street lights and all those kind of things that are using the national grid, right? So solar is great, but solar is not the ultimate and all solution. I've seen, but just to conclude, and I can do my closing now because my Nick game coming on. Now I go watch.
I know you got, but we got a few more minutes. But if you want to do your closing right now, I will give you the opportunity too. But I wanted to kind of chime in on that 2 weeks training. Okay,
go ahead.
Even myself here, who have been in in IT, and I can tell you, not 2 weeks of training. If I am not opportune to use that a day after I leave that classroom, you nothing you said to me stayed with me. Okay, nothing yeah, seriously. I'm much more of a hands-on person. And anybody who wants to be technical, if you were to really dig deeper into people who are involved into information technology, the technical people, they are heavily involved. It's hands-on. They're not sitting there following the theory. The theory only just leads you in the direction, but you must apply that day-to-day understanding. The day-to-day, it becomes repetitive in the process, so that when you're waking up in the middle of the night, you have answers to certain things. If you don't, at least you're on the right path. But the issue that we will come up and say to people, guess what? 2 weeks of training, at least we are giving them an opportunity. No, you're not. You're teasing them. Because at the end of the day, when those young people leave from that training center and they were hired, even though they may have to go through training, but they probably may not be prepared to serve in the workforce. And the reason why people provide job training or preparation for job acquisitions and all of these things is because they want you to be equipped, so that when you're opportune to sit behind that desk, you're not worried about the possibility of you being fired. Because at that point, your skill is what you're utilizing. It's not like, well, Liberia is either based on your political affiliation or your proximity to somebody else. But this is not how we should prepare the next group of, workforce.
So you know why I was thinking? We got young technologists in every government segment. Why they couldn't train them that will come back and use the skill set they learned right away? You understand what I'm saying? But let me do my closing. And first of all, I want to thank Tomalin for the invitation. I want to thank you guys for keeping the show going and always watching the show. Normally on YouTube, because YouTube allows me to do a lot more things with my phone than if I'm on Facebook. And like Lofa, we IT people, we multitasking. We can't do one thing. we gotta do like 5.
Right.
So yeah, so while watching the show, I gotta be doing 5 things. So, but thank you guys for doing that. Thank you guys staying true to the reason why you guys came together. That you're not creating the news, you're reporting it. And you're providing your opinions on what was reported. But you're not creating the news. I think we need to do this more often and get out of the political. Let the young people, there's other professions beside politicians. The young people find out there are other positions besides a government employee, a government stooge, a government job. People can be successful outside government. All of us on this call, we're not in government. My life is good. God's been good to me. My education, my training, and my experience got me where I am. So if any young person wants to be into IT, listening to this call, don't give up your dream. Once you stop learning, you stop earning. Listen to what I said. Once you stop learning, you stop earning. Learning never stops. Everything I learned in college, Lofa Julius can confirm, does not exist today, does not help me. Every book I learned from school does not exist today. That technology is gone. Everything I know today, I train myself. I sought the knowledge. So the degree, you got it, but the relevant experience and the training that I need now is what I need. So computing, get a marketable skill, not something you hang on the wall and say you got a degree. But when you go to the interview and they ask you, what can you do? You got specific skill sets that you can produce. Robert said it already. People gone are the days of the plaques on the wall. Right now, they want to know what's in the head. And that's what's on the wall. So college is good, but getting a marketable skill when you go to college. Not no business administration. Go do economics or do accounting. Getting the sciences, So I talk about advice for data certification. Yeah, that's entry level. That's something I would advise anybody starting up to look into. I wouldn't go to a training for that. There's so many things online that you can train yourself and pass that certification without paying the $10,000 they're charging them. Just a common advice to you.
So
Okay?
Thank you, Brother Morris. Great to have you on here.
Brother Harris.
I'm sorry, Harris.
I prefer you calling me Toyua because it's a bastard name I'm very proud of.
Toyua.
Yes. I'm very proud of my name.
Thank you, Brother Toyua.
When I go on my conference calls and soon in the morning I hear the white people speaking bastard, I feel good. Because they don't call me T, they don't call me Harris, they speak bastard, they call me Toyua. So I prefer to be called Toyua.
I will definitely go forward.
My dad is Mr. Harris, not me.
Okay.
All right, guys, later.
Thank you. And I mean, in regards to that question, and I don't know if Robert or Tomalin will want to chime in on that, but to be honest with you, personally, from my own view, I've never wasted my time on certification. I'll be honest with you. I don't have any certs. What I have really done is I've really just put my time into just hands-on. Every time I want to learn something, I look for that opportunity at my place of employment, and I utilize my skill set. I train myself to get me the understanding. The certs are good. That is an opportunity to put your foot in the door. I would never tell anybody. I would not set a form of deterrent for anybody who wants to get into IT. If you have the opportunity, if you have the understanding, I mean, you read the book, you can sit for the certification, any certification, go for it. But will I waste my money on certification? I personally, I'm going to say to you, not me, because if I want to learn Cisco router and switches, I have switches in my office. I can sit down when I have downtime. I can sit there and learn Cisco routers and switches. If I want to learn anything, I mean, and with this, in this modern dispensation where you have almost everything online, you can build your own lab, your home lab, and just practice. It's just the matter of you practicing, doing it consistently. But if you're trying to get a piece of job and get your foot in the door, don't feel like you should not put that money into certification. I would be misleading you if I were to say don't invest in certification, because you can put your foot in the door utilizing certification. But I would say to you, the best way is to have that practical knowledge, that practical understanding of the environment. Once you have it, look, I'm telling you, you can sit for any interview and pass the behavioral part of it, and the technical part, you'll be like this. For some of us who conduct interviews and interviews people for various positions, for me personally, I focus on the technical part of things. When I'm asking my questions, a lot of my questions are technical questions. The behavior part, I think we can train you to some extent to understand that. But the technical part, it takes time. I am not that patient to wait and train you. So that is just my response to that. I don't know. It could be different in different sector. So Robert, you can chime in on that, and Tomalin, you can chime in about certification.
It's kind of different when I think it's relative based on people's interests. Now I don't have a lot of certificate. I have been within my profession. I became 2 years ago. I became a certified Myean International base coach, and so we had to. And so those folks are basically top leaders, strong communicators, and strong performance, pretty much. And so, the corporation comes together, and all of the different exec members, general managers, director of operations will pick one or two candidates from the base company, and say, hey, this person I think has what it takes to become a base coach. And so I had to go through a certification class for that. And so right now, if I left my operation work, and I decided to just be a travel coach for Marriott International, I could do that and make a lot of money, right? So every new associate, including general managers, director of operation, doesn't matter what your job titles is, we train you, go through the process of onboarding and all of the 9 yards before you actually start working. So if you are doing a certification that improves and buttress your already amazing resume, then I'll say go for it. A lot of top managers on their resumes, they have courses. Of course, they have a bachelor's degree, and on the side, courses that I've taken, it basically, re-enhance, your resume and what you bring to the table. So if it's something that improves what you are already doing, then I would say go for it. But if it's a whole different interest, and you don't want to go through a 4-year college or 2 years college, you want to do a certificate, then I also say go for it. But you have to think about how much of an impact will that certificate make in getting to understand that actual field, something that you're not used to. You have passion for it, but is 6 month certificate, is it enough? Is 12-month certificate, is it enough, right? Outside of you not being practically doing it every day, like Lofa Julius at work, right? And so you should think about that. But if it's something already in what you're doing and you're trying to improve your skill sets, then by all means go for it. But when I talk about people doing certificate to earn money, I'm talking about people who already have degrees, and for some reason, their jobs are not just available as much as it's not a good paying job. I know for a fact in Atlanta, the hotel industry and the entertainment industry in Atlanta have really blossomed, right? So a lot of people can work in different areas without a degree necessarily, They get training, but if you want to make some serious money, you need to have some kind of academic and practical experience to do that, and not a certificate. So that's my thought on that.
But let me say this, right? Look, honestly, and nowadays, I think almost every home you have somebody that's the IT person in the home. Like I know today, somebody like bro was trying to get the Netflix. I don't call it Netflix. I don't watch it. So my account is there, but my kids use my account. So somebody like bro, what benefit? Said the person said, "Saying you watching it? Can we take advantage of it?" I said, "It can happen." He said, "Yeah." My little daughter just said, "Daddy, let me have the person." In less than 5 minutes, the person I brought watching Netflix now. Just that. I mean, technology, look.
So it's easy. It's easy.
Yeah, I didn't know.
But you have to create the account. You can also create the account right here.
I never look. I have no idea. Even my nephews that are in school in Rwanda. My daughter, my oldest daughter that's in Cyprus, they all benefit from it. Yeah. So technology is so important, and that's why whenever Lofa try to criticize the 10,000 people, I will push back because. Look, in time come, the people we appreciate that they had that entry level.
No, but I disagree. I agree with Lofa. I don't
know.
No,
but the thing is that what you understand is look, you know something? You know, one thing that I learned from this, everybody, the message I'm getting here tonight is that from the show we have tonight, we need a national call center. And these are people that we use. You have a national call center. You have sub offices in every county. We have 73 electoral districts in our country, right? So you have 73 presidents. That job creation too now. You pay money for a national call center. The central point is in somewhere, wherever county, whether that Nima or Bong or Morovia, where we got it. But you have these sub centers in each of the electoral district. Like today, I watched a video. Look, before I came on the show, I was almost like in tears. A truck, I think, kill a guy from the guy from the motorbike, I think, and the truck on the guy. And for me, my thing is that just imagine it took for almost 30 minutes. Anything they put doing, the truck in the truck. You got a man escape. I mean, it makes sense. The boy is under that truck. He might could rescue him, but instead of them trying to find a way to get the ball off under the truck, the truck in the truck. Say they want burn the truck. You got to drive right away. But the boy is dying, and the boy is not dying.
Yeah, but that one got more to do with stupidity than technology.
No, but I can't tell you, right? No, but Ben, but Lofa and Robert, you had a call center. Somebody would have made that call quick, and now respondents will be there. Look, if we can, most of the people that die nowadays in Liberia, we're hearing, they're not dying. Somebody who have been rescued, someone who have survived, honestly, because all of us here nowadays in America, you are required to do almost 99% of the jobs. You must be able to be certified to do how they call it CPR. I don't care what kind of job you're doing. Whether you in corporate America, you must do that CPR code. You all got to do it now because it's a life-saving or something, and it works. It works. No matter what things it does. If we do some of the stuff like somebody that brother say, the man dying, rescue that man, get him, go do CPR on the man, go help the man, or the woman, the girl, the child. But we don't do it, and it's affecting the country.
It is. Tomalin, the thing is, I don't think Lofa can speak for himself, but I don't think he's criticizing the training of 10,000. 10,000. I don't think he's criticizing the training. I think again, we've got to be smart in how we invest, right? In our folks in Liberia. The government can say, well, at least giving them the opportunity to go and learn something. But if you know better, you think better, and you look at that like, wait a minute, no, wait a minute. How do you define opportunity? I always make the example when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf decided to give the cultural center to Bob Johnson at the time. And a lot of people who know me and the conversations that I've had, they will know that one of the major questions that I was asking is, okay, granted, We're giving this was a major element of culture in our country. We're giving it to a man who in other countries would have paid millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars, right, to get that spot, right? We give it to Bob Johnson for little or nothing because there was this understanding that it was a private sector investment, right? His hotel was one of the flagship hotel at post-war Liberia. And one of the questions I was asking is, do we have the human capacity? Do we have trained bartenders? Do we have trained servers? Do we have trained floor managers? Do we have trained front desk agents? Do we have trained front desk managers, front desk supervisors? Do we even have people who understand what being a LP manager is, right?
Robert, ask you something quick. Robert, I do in the tourism industry, right? Now, have you thought about when you go to Liberia on some of your visits, or even before going to Liberia, have you gotten like a data of all the hotels we have in Liberia and see how best you can help to train these people? Because you know something?
I have. Matter of fact, new establishments. There's a few establishments, restaurants. I'll say restaurants, not hotel, because restaurants training is different from hotel training. It has a lot to do with different things. But in America, for instance, like I said, I'm a certified base trainer, so we have the blueprint when it comes to luxury. I'm a luxury kind of guy, right? So we have the blueprint. We don't have luxury hotels in Liberia, but you can use similar blueprint to get get satisfaction scores at a certain level to come. But Tomalin, we don't even have the industry, right? We don't people in Liberia don't leave reviews. People don't leave reviews in Liberia, and even if they do, we don't have an institution that values reviews, right? It's a lot of things. When you see Ghana having a year of return, they are having a year of return because they've invested in having that institution. So to answer your question, I have done a free pro bono work with training servers, bartenders, and managers, because not only am I a operation manager, I'm very proficient in all of the different areas in the hotel. I can bartend very well. I've written and drafted training when it comes to that, right? Barista, I make coffee and all of the different ingredients for it. We help the different hotels in the city, executive club lounge, all of the different outlets within operations in the hotel. I'm very proficient in that. Rooms operation, I started rooms operation, so front desk, all of these things. But I'm not going to continue to do pro bono work when it comes to the big hotels like the Grand Royal Hotel, the Boulevard Palace Hotel. So we have had conversation with these managers and said, listen, I had the blueprint. What is it? What kind of budget do you have for associate improvement? Are you willing to invest in your staff? We have a budget every 6 months for associate improvement. We invest in our associates to do better, and then our company do better, right? We don't have that kind of industry in Liberia. But looking 5 to 10 years from now, I am thinking about, matter of fact, it's already in work, about establishing a company that would do entry level training from management all the way down to entering to just the hostess and servers and everything else. But to answer your question, like I was saying just now, we always look at the opportunities backwards. When these companies come, yeah, the companies will come, but are we giving the opportunities to Liberians first? In order to get the opportunities to Liberian first, they have to be trained. Because if I'm an investor, you can't just tell me, or Liberian have to be my general manager, or Liberian has to be my director of F&B, food and beverage operation manager, or rooms operation manager, when they don't understand what that job is. So if they don't understand what that job is,
the Liberalization Policy Act, that one of the things they say, isn't it? So
but you have to invest. If you don't have the train, if you don't have the folks there that are expert in these areas, when those jobs come, as an investor, I'm forced to import folks. That's what happened to Bob Johnson Hotel. His general managers came from South Africa. His director of operations came from Kenya. All of these top positions that were paying $70,000, $50,000 a year, they came from abroad. The only two Liberians who worked in those areas, which were my friends, were Liberians who came from the U.S., right? and they were the only two Liberians who understood the hotel industry. All of the other jobs that were given to Liberians were jobs who were just making a little bit of nothing, right?
But maybe you help to do the curriculum.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So the government has to invest in
the curriculum and invest in it so that they can help.
When these companies come, they have the professionals in Liberia to demand that, yes, you have to hire Liberians. So when Lofa said, if you give an opportunity IT training for 2 weeks, first of all, that sounds like onboarding to me. 2 weeks just onboarding. It's not training. You need 2 weeks of onboarding.
Man, look, you guys,
let me, Robert, let me buttress.
Do they have opportunities to enhance their training, to make money? If you don't do it, almost like language. If you don't speak the language often, you lose the language that you learn. I used to speak French, but because I'm not around people who speak French a lot, I stopped. I don't know French that much as I used to. Same thing with skill set. If you don't use it, you lose it. So yes, we should give the opportunity, but the government should invest in creating these industries and these sectors, and going out there for private sector investment. So as these guys go and train, they are returning to real opportunities for themselves and for their families.
You know, Tomalin, when I spoke of the 2 weeks things, and I would just gracefully, I think my point was buttressed by a very big brother whom I truly respect, Mr. Wilma Vamu. Literally not even just a big brother, he's more like he could be a father to me, from Wisconsin. And I do respect him, like my uncles, Kevin Soka and other people, are those are his crowd. Like he's like a father to me. And when he said he commented on here that 2 weeks is less. And this is a man who is well inclined and informed. I'm not just saying that. I was only speaking from my technical background and my experience. All right. But when you look at what those young people want, the idea is good. The idea is good. So you see, somebody even said here, Adolphus said, inconsistent 2 weeks. The idea is good, but the implementation. Somebody asked a question earlier, and one of the callers from Liberia, you know what they said? They said Liberian men know everything until it comes to implementation. This is where we fall flat. When you give us the opportunity to talk, we can do all the talking in the world. But give us that opportunity to apply what we claim to know, then we fall short. So if you want to put someone in that position, don't give them 2 weeks. If you give them 2 weeks, it should be consistent 2 weeks of repetitive skill. If you want them to understand, okay, I know they said they were just understanding the virtual environment. I don't know what it was specifically, but if they're going to understand the Microsoft suite, which include Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and all of those things, that's a Microsoft suite. And I just named you 4 different applications that are part of the Microsoft suite, and that is not the end of it. Do you really think that any young person in Liberia who may have to swap time on the laptop or computer, you got 20% and you got 10 laptops, you are teaching them to understand Excel? Do you really believe that that person will understand and be able to really utilize that skill when he or she had to sit there and watch his friend click and click here, and then you tell them to come and sit there? No, we must be a little bit more efficient.
Some of the guys that just got through that training, right? I talked to some of them regularly. If I just listen, one of the guys said, Mr. George, I think from what I've acquired, and plus my own individual resilience too. Mm-hmm. I'm able to help manage your closing argument page, though. I can help you expand. You can help to monetize that page. You can start earning. I mean, there's a guy in Liberia now. Other people try to recruit in America. Someone they're charging 15, charging thousands, but there's a guy who charging little or nothing. So I said, okay,
I will put it to bed, right? I'm not interrupting, right?
I said the IT guy among us at Lofa. So I would see maybe Lofa. I would touch base on Lofa. And you know, Lofa talk.
Tomalin, this thing is not even about IT. It's not even about IT though. It's just about professional work environment.
You can
put this person, you can put this young man to a test.
You demand too much from the people in the training, bro, man. They push that level, yeah, Lofa, you know that.
No. But you see, I think again that could be part of my weakness. Maybe I'm expecting too much. That's probably part of my weakness, because I think that we should not think. You know, one of my supervisors said to me, he said, "You dress for the job you want, not the job you have. You dress for the job you want, not the job you have." So when I'm thinking about Liberia, I'm thinking big. We can do it. And I know we have smart, brilliant people who can actually get us in that position where we can transform Liberia. But if we continue to apply our knowledge the way we are applying our knowledge, to be honest with you, it's not going to get us beyond the stepping line. We must challenge ourselves. And to do that, that's part of the reason why even at your job, Tomalin, you mentioned earlier, professional development. You know why it's required? Almost every job nowadays, they require you to participate in professional development. They give you courses that you have to
jobs now, all year long.
Because they want to keep you abreast.
There's a program they call, they're down to do it. I think they do it through a call called Relios now. Relios training.
Right.
Yeah, so you can do that training for anywhere. Liberia anyway, do that training. There are different kinds of training you do, you know. So
right. So I think if our government sincerely wants to get these young people involved, or hopefully give them opportunity to contribute to the workforce, and let them create a tech center. That would be my recommendation. We have the money. President Boyka traveling on private jet, we can afford that money to build a tech center.
Once you're not criticizing, when you're not criticizing the Boyka government, then you're a friend. I'm done. Look. I don't laugh. No, but Lofa, it was a great show, and people are getting. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback.
I went to.
Yeah, so people are happy that. I think
we have a very long way to go, and we can't get frustrated. I always tell some professionals, look, you can't get frustrated because, and I think in each of our different fields, right, we kind of feel this when we go to Liberia. I try to visit some of the, and this is why I get so pissed off when people say, "Oh, Royal Hotel is a 5-star hotel." I'm like, wait a minute, how did that?
You said we got no 5-star hotel, bro?
Man, come on, no, you don't have no. You don't even have a 3-star hotel in Liberia.
Man,
no.
Come on, man.
By what standard? By what standard? When some of let me tell you something. When some of the Westin is not even a 5-star hotel.
Yeah, it's not a man to go do assessment, to go do.
Not just because we have to set
the control. He will fill all the hotel.
But we have to set the standard, right? How can you have a 5-star hotel when you have a 5-star hotel? And this is where people always say, "That's the right way, that's the wrong way, and then there's the Liberian way." We can't operate like that because guess what? We are not just, our audiences are not just, our customers are not just Liberian, because most of these hotels, some Liberians cannot even afford. 80% of the folks cannot afford to go to these hotels, right? So then, what are your target? What are you looking at? So if you're looking at folks who have traveled, Liberians who know better, who understand, customer service, right? Then you can't just tell them anything. You can't just fool them. I went to the hotel, and during one of my conversations, went to the bar and I asked the manager, and I did this on purpose, if they had a mixologist, and he said, "What?" And this guy was from Morocco. This is not Liberian. This is a manager at Royal Hotel, at a 5-star hotel, who is an F&B operation manager, but he doesn't know that a mixologist is basically the fancy terminology for a bartender. Doesn't even know that. Doesn't know what simple syrup actually is, and the fact that, or how you can create simple syrup. We don't buy simple syrup at most, even at the 5-star hotel. We don't buy simple syrup. We make our own. It's very easy, right? And so I break that up.
You guys compare
Robert.
No, you can't. But
can I just share this breaking news real quick?
Yeah.
Mount Wodakisi, this is dear to my heart.
Before you start,
Mount Wodakisi is on fire.
Where?
Mount Wodakisi in Lofa County is on fire.
Oh,
is that where is that where they have that is that where they have that lounge?
What lounge? I'm talking
Is
about
that
Lofa County.
Where do they have that little? Where do they have that little? I think it's a motel or restaurant in Nima.
Oh,
no,
it's in Sonic. That's Sonic.
Oh, okay. Oh wow, it's on fire. How?
I'm just reading it. My reporters just posted it. Said Mount Wodakisi in Lofa County is on fire. It's currently on fire, and the surrounding towns are afraid. They're moving. Oh my goodness. Anyway, there's a good and bad thing to that though. But it says something about that mean volcano or something. I don't know.
They don't have fire truck in Monrovia in Lofa. They should leave that on with gold. I beg you, y'all. That place will burn because you can't. Those kind of places you need fire. You don't have fire trucks. But now every county should have a fire truck. But anyway.
Somebody said that was early today.
Okay, but still though, were they able to contain the fire? Whether it was earlier today, were they able to contain the fire?
I think so because
hopefully.
But to the point that I was making, Tomalin, is we've got to be honest with the standards that we set for ourselves in all of our industries. We have to be honest. Either you set the right standards, and the right standard is the right standard that used in America, that used in Paris, that used in Ghana, that's used in South Africa. And that same standard should be used in Liberia. We can't lower the standard. We can't lower the bar. This is what's happening in our country. So when you tell me, a professional, you can't tell me nothing about luxury when it comes to hotel operations. I know luxury. We write standards for luxury. You can't tell me nothing about luxury. So if I go to these hotels and I see you talking about Boulevard Palace, a 5-star hotel, your 5-star, you don't even have a red coat. You don't even know what a red coat is. You're talking about 5-star hotel. You go to the Ritz-Carlton, you see Regents. These are 5-star hotel because they're not just saying it. It's not just a beautiful building. It's the service and the quality of the service. And so we have to be honest with ourselves and invest in these industries so that there are institutions that grade these hotels, not just because the buildings are beautiful, but because they're providing the quality of service, and the quality of service reflect what guests are paying for. People come and stay to this hotel for $400 a night. Wow. And around this hotel, there are many other hotels that are cheaper. But do you know why the guests will want to spend $400 to come and spend a night over here? Because he or she knows exactly what they want. The money is not an object for them. They want a certain quality of service, and they're willing to pay for that quality of service. I tell my guys all the time, in this part, Tomalin, a glass of wine, a glass of personal, it's $65 a glass of prisoner.
See, Lofa, let me say, Rawa, you know, I think almost 10 or 12 years ago, I remember this. I think I was living in Rhode Island 15 years ago. Yeah, so we came. We're active in our politics. So, we are in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Philadelphia. We came here. Now, I didn't know that when you deciding hotels at that time, 15 years ago, you're not that familiar business. When you come down, you need a key for the elevator to take you up. Yep. Yeah, in the place there. And I said, "When it's in he showed me or what? What's this?"
Yeah,
I was like this.
Yeah.
I said, "What's this?"
Yeah.
But luckily for me, it did not bless me. I took myself for me. So I called. I said, "Man, I show." I said, "What happened? You show key." You know, I mean, that was my experience. I said, "Yeah, you know."
Most hotels, not just 5-star hotels, most hotels started to implement the key security for security reasons, because you have people now. It has gotten worse where you have all of these different delivery companies, right? You have Uber Eats, you have all these guys, and these guys will deliver food, and some of these guys were armed robbers, right? And so to protect that, there was a time where you could have just entered the elevator and hit any floor and go in any floor. Nobody can question you because they don't know who you are. So people are using all of these different security glitches to take advantage of it. So a lot of hotels
like this going weekend in Rhode Island, right? A friend, we went for a funeral. So one of my friends from Maryland, so we're using his car. So when we had after the week, we sat down, we chilled after the week to one of our friends' place. So he said, Georgie, my man, I can't drive, mama. He saw I've been doing down there. I said, yeah. He said, so you are not being in a stop because you're not too well. So I said, yeah. He said, driving, went to the hotel, right? The people saw him dropping the man. The lady saw me, everything. I said, let me make sure I can use you get in our place in the elevator before I leave. Where everything went there. So in the morning, I come back to pick up the guy. And I forgot the man. I don't remember no more. She said, even though I know you were him, but
yes,
I can't even give you a number.
Thank
so
you.
You know his room number.
Yes,
I will call. I can't tell you what room I call.
Even if your wife were at that hotel and your name was not on that reservation, and both of your last name matches, because your wife did not authorize you having access to her room. If any front desk agent gives you access to that room without her authorization, that guest can sue the hotel. And Marriott, we have a recovery process that goes up to almost 150,000 points. 150,000 points can get you a room for 4 nights to kind of talk to the guest too. But your wife, your son, as long as they don't authorize access to that room, you cannot get access. We don't have those things in Liberia. Melvin.
Oh yeah, because there were times that when I check, go to hotel like bro. So yes, somebody go come to your door. So, but how do you
Thank you. You can't
so
do that.
So you gotta put people. I mean, it's like how do man?
So if
right? They will come. They go. The walking. The people know who come in the place. Wasn't walk straight.
Yeah.
And they come and go in the elevator.
Yeah.
The next thing you see there, they're on your floor.
Yeah. So before Lofa come in,
No.
I was about to say you guys can take over now.
Before Lofa come in, but these are standards, Tomalin, that we have to set. So I told one of the top guns in Liberia, I said, if you were to convince me to come back home, the government cannot pay me. I'm not making no $5,000 or $6,000.
Yeah, sacrifice.
But if I were to come and consult on tourism, and we have a tourism authority, I would demand these standards, because you can't just look at right now. You have to look at 5, 10, 20 years from now. How do we compete with countries that are already ahead of us? Melvin, Stephen Ballinger is my uncle. Stephen Ballinger, when I first graduated high school, I worked at the Intercontinental Hotel Group at the Crown Plaza at the time. My dad actually worked at the Hilton and trained Stephen Ballinger, and he got into the hotel business. But yeah, that's Stephen is a big brother of mine. I know him very well.
All right, guys. I think it was an okay conversation.
No, it was a great conversation, especially the RT. Not okay, it was a great conversation, Lofa. It was a great conversation.
Yeah, and hopefully our people learned. The only thing our people are a little concerned about the fact that they want us to implement all of these things we're talking about. How can you want Lofa Julius apply anything where you?
No, but the government got to recruit our best. That's the problem. We're not doing it. Recruit 10 of Lofa, not just Lofa.
But the problem too,
we're not recruiting our best in his field.
But they're the best. When the best don't go like Liberia there, they go in. But on a serious note, right? Check it. All the corruption cases in Liberia.
Sister Cindy, your Cindy coming on. But the conversation I guess is about to get extended now. Sister Cindy.
No. Y'all don't do your Cindy like that. Let her wait for the new.
No. She will come on. She will come on. She forced me to sit back. Now I gotta sit now. Sister City on the show now, so we'll get her input on this whole tech thing. Because she got.
Yeah, but most of the corruption cases in Liberia, y'all check the audit. Y'all put from America the name caught up in it.
Yeah, because they're corrupted.
You'll do your 20,000 job in America. You'll go sell Liberia.
No, but I agree with you though. I agree on that part. Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with you. But if you were to institute some kind of mechanism, security related, and that's why I kept pushing on infrastructure implementation, and that's why I was asking Ava and his colleague, Mr. Famble. I'm not just. I understand all of these other things that could come with it, but there's got to be a start-off point, because this is something I do on a daily basis.
Well, look, you think the people impersonate themselves? What you think they impersonate themselves? It's a mechanism to impersonate themselves. They won't do that. They won't invest in that.
Go ahead, Cynthia Cindy. Welcome to the show. This is your debut on the closing argument, right?
That's why I say you are with it. But anyway,
no, but she's on. Cynthia Cindy, are you on?
I am. Lofa, I finally made it here. Too many send me the link. How you guys doing? Hey, Robert.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, I did it
Why
purposely.
you got me on the screen?
I did it purposely.
You come here inquiring. How's everybody doing? Hello to Liberia. Hi, Robert. How you doing?
I'm doing
Hi,
good.
Tomalin. How are you?
My Atlanta sister.
I
you so what? Y'all don't know y'all sending me and y'all sending you so do it, man. Y'all sending
you were young, you were trying, you were growing up. I'm very proud of you. You're going to be a great young man. I'm very proud of you. And congratulations, by the way, on your wedding with your beautiful bride.
Thank you.
But you know, when it comes to this support for comics, and I want from day one, she been on us coming welcome from the day comics talk about his presidential.
Yeah, Tomalin, you were here though for our initial meeting.
Yeah, it was in our first meeting. People don't know most of the time.
You were here.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I was one of those people who actually went to ask Cummings after the Ebola, but I wanted to add my voice to where you guys were talking about human capital development. I listened to Lofa and to Robert, and to you. If you want to change a nation, you have to be intentional. There's a story that goes, if you develop the people will develop the nation. That's the way it works. The tech training they were talking about, especially in today's technological environment, what is our economic worldview? What are we trying to accomplish? What is the roadmap? That's the first thing that we need to. First, you need to plan. What are you looking for? What does the nation need right now to leapfrog? Okay, is that to learn Excel? To learn Word, Microsoft Office for that matter, or Teams?
PowerPoint.
Okay, so first let's identify what does Liberia need to leapfrog. 2 weeks of training. As an educator in America, I have to have a minimum of 22 credit hour training hour every year. That's minimum. I get at least 40. You know what? That's what it takes for you to get a master's degree if you're in school. So that means almost every year I get close to a master's degree or a master's degree worth of credit, because the world is evolving. Nothing is static. Those of us who went to school in the 90s,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm gonna go in the back. We are creating another link for the late night show. Last night the guys were on to like 12 a.m. and Liberian benefited from it. So we will be right back on. I'll be in the back. You guys can keep talking, but the show will come right back on in about 2 minutes when we end this one, and then you guys will continue the show. This will include politics and everything we talk about, but just created a new link for us to start another conversation because the guys want.
So how long is this show? Because I'm gonna go. I got some plenty.
The next link is gonna be until you fall asleep. It's gonna be more like a Atari.
Well, I just came back to apologize. I had an urgent call I had to go on, so I could not continue. But I want to say thank you for inviting me earlier. I think the topic was very essential to our national development. Hopefully, more of these issues can come up where it's just not raw politics or just all about corruption, but it's about finding solutions to the critical questions that we have that can move our development forward. So I just want to say thank you guys for the invitation. And, we are here, whatever time that you guys need us again to come by and to, weigh in on different issues, we're available. Thank you.
Who is that? Is that Isaac? I want to say thank you so much too, because you said something today that was very, very resounding.
So you want to tell me you recognize me, my being? How we looking?
Let not the fact that your Cindy was on.
No, I think the braces on your neck making. I can't recognize your face well. That's what happened.
All right, Sister Cindy, go ahead. Sister Cindy, go ahead. I just want to let you guys know I'm going in the back. All right.
Actually, I mean, like Isaac, I come from a different side of the street. I believe everything in campus politics. I believe, and that's just me, based on my study, based on my background, based on history.
Absolutely right. The political economy controls everything. I don't question
exactly.
that. Well, I'm just saying.
So even for a nation, a company to come to your country, to invest in your country, the political environment have to be conducive, because the political environment in campus, the security environment, the economy environment, because they set the tune, right? And because all of that goes into, let's say, I usually use this analogy. So politics is the castle itself, and everything goes into that castle, the tremazine. You know how we got it? The tremazine has the outside, the outer layer, the inner layer, but that is the shield. That's what they tell you. You need to, for you to have a stable country. You want investors to come to your country. You want your people to be confident to invest in your country, even your people themselves. The political environment must be conducive, must be welcoming, because it yields the best hospital, security, water, technological advancement. If those things are not present, I would say gaucher will come to your country, risk taker will come to your country, reputable organization will not come to your country. Even a reputable organization will come into your country. They have to look for people who understand high risk, and their pay is going to be different. Okay, everybody would not be attracted to your country. Number one, you also have to have the talent. Do we have talents in Liberia? We do. We just have not harnessed those talents. We have not invested in the talents. Okay. Rwanda. Liberians are running to Rwanda to go to school, to get trained, to get comfortable. In 1958, South Korea were what? 79 cents GDP per capita. They're almost 42,000 GDP per capita. And all things being equal, 62K. And we were neck and neck with what? Japan at the time, like in the 60s, in the 70s. So the 2 weeks training, the 3 weeks training, and Robert says something that I wanted to add my voice to. Anything that you learn is like learning a language per se, especially when it comes to this thing that you are not, it's not innate, that you must learn. When you lose touch, if you're not practicing, it goes away. I went to school when they had DOS, when everything was command prompt. I can't program. That's like in the 90s. I can't. I mean, I have basic knowledge and concept, but if you give it to me, I can't, because I haven't done it for 30 years. So for us to reimagine Liberia, we must prioritize education. The human capital must be the first and foremost, front and center, especially the next generation of leaders that we want to breed. But we also have to learn to walk our talk. We can't be wishy-washy. Anybody who knows me, like Robert told you, boy, girl, big, old, as much as he does not back down, I don't. If I believe in certain things, and I can adjust if I see your reasoning. But there's no reason why Liberia cannot be better than Rwanda. And maybe tomorrow when you guys come and you have another topic that I can bring you videos, how other nations were built. Listen, everything that you do must have a blueprint, meaning a plan. You also need to research to find out, okay, I want to take Liberia from here in 5 years. Who has done that before? Okay. How many people have done that before? How did they do it? How long did it take them? What did they include or involve? For instance, Saudi Arabia, when they wanted to change, they had a 5-year plan. They hire experts. I'm not talking about good talker. Okay, and they give them.
What's the topic here now? What are we talking about?
We're talking about human. I heard human capital development.
So just give me
people hiring people from outside.
Before I ask it, I want to ask you because I think you wanted to clarify what he meant but not just politics. I think he wanted to clarify that. But when
I think he did that. He said he agreed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did that.
No,
He
I
said
agree.
he
The
agreed
political
on what I was
economy
saying.
is everything. That's why when people go to vote, they need civic understanding. They need how to assess the candidates. All of those. The absence of all those things, our people understanding the form of government they operate under. Right? We say we are democracy, but most of our people can't spell democracy. They don't understand the principles of democracy. So, is it really democracy we operate under?
Do you need to know how to spell democracy to understand democracy?
I'll give you an example. No, you don't need to. I'm just saying. So,
okay.
But you're supposed to know what you're involved with. You're supposed to know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
Sometimes we come to question: is democracy even the right form of government for our country where we are today? So that's a whole different discussion. But what I'm saying today, the political economy controls the country, or basically politics. The decisions made, the lawmakers can increase their own pay anytime they want. Every year they can increase their pay. We see it from 2006 when it came in, when the budget was about 86 million to this nearly $800 million budget today. We see the appreciation of the lawmaker's salary, but you check that proportion against any other, branch of government, it's not even close.
Not
close. They have just escalated to a different level. So all I'm saying is politics control it. So people gotta be conscious of who they elect, because who you elect will drive the decision making at that top level. Because that representation government we're in, one person or how many 17 and 2, 19 persons for the whole Montserrat County, for the 2 million people that are there making our decisions. Do we have any input into the decision? Probably not. So the same way, the 103 people making decisions for the whole country. So you gotta make sure those 103 people are people with integrity, people with character, people with understanding, experience, knowledge, whatever the characteristics you want to put into somebody who will lead you. And in the absence of that, we are left at the mercy of those people. When they hand out crumbs, that crumbs will eat. When they try to open up the place and share the table with us, we'll sit down at the table and eat. So it's about leadership, and we're not there yet. We see what happened over the last few months with the House of Representatives. We saw the way they were fighting each other. We saw the way they were insulting each other. We saw the breaking down of government property. I don't even know why there was no serious police investigation for that destruction of the Capitol, saying it was construction.
Still under investigation.
Huh?
Still under investigation.
Okay, that's wonderful. They're under investigation. I hope they find the culprits and I hope they jail them. Seriously, we got to set an example. Look, jailhouse need to be, if they want to privatize the building or jail and the government pay the people, yes, but they need to improve the jail. So they can say the jail not good enough for Robert Garguah because he can wear clothes to go to jail. No, jail for everybody. If you commit a crime, you should go to jail. The jail should be there for you. Jail high for John Peter from West Point. It should be for somebody from Congo Town. So we got to change that mindset about what jails represent. It's about people who commit crimes, criminals. Once they are convicted, they need to go to jail. So,
I'm happy you're on the show here tonight. So why you here, I'll take advantage of it. We've been talking about the first year of the UP administration. I don't know. I don't think you endorsed anybody last election. You endorsed anybody?
No, in the second round, I endorsed the UP.
Oh, you UP,
I was
okay.
glad. Yeah, the majority of the ANC
Joseph Parker.
You endorsed UP, but so what's your assessment for the first year? Lofa, you not give any new link already, eh?
So there are multiple things to look at when you're trying to assess people. Who, me?
Oh, I'm sorry. My son won't ask about this question too, because thank you.
Don't come with that intellect. Don't even start with that kind of thing. Don't that many assessment business here. What governance wise? Just be short. What is your assessment of them? Governance wise, leadership wise.
So
guys, can we do this? Can we jump on the next link real quick, please?
Yes.
Can we do that? Because let's take this show to the next level.
I won't be alone.
No.
I'm not gonna. I gotta prepare for tomorrow.
I'm leaving it.
I'm not like you right yet. I know if I gotta do the people job.
Just send a new link. I will get on for 30 minutes and then I'll
there you go. Okay.
Since go ahead. So then since you can't get on.
As I was talking, I want to hear from him too.
Well, I was hoping that we can just conclude that on the next link in about a few minutes.
Okay, let's conclude. Because we're still on the radio right now. So let the guys go. Let's conclude. Let's close the show and then we'll come back real quick. But Abba, don't come with that many assessment business here. We don't want to hear all that stuff.
No, you can't operate
tangibles, governance. Be very clear on those three things.
You can't operate in a vacuum. You can't operate
No,
in a
my
vacuum.
man. No, we'll come back. Let's come back.
No, you cannot. My man, Robert, you want to answer the question? Answer the question.
No, but I want you to answer the question, but I know you very well.
You cannot, you know much better than to tell me how to answer a question.
I know,
it can't happen.
but I'm just for the purpose of in the interest of listening audience, three things we want to focus on. Tangible. That means what can we see? What have the Liberian people benefited? Leadership. That means how the leadership looking so far, and governance. How will you assess them?
You cannot construct the way I answer a question. I don't know what wrong with you.
But we don't want to ask you. We don't want to ask you the question.
What have you?
I said, what your problem?
So we asking you the question.
Then Robert, can I come in for a second?
Answer after the fact. I don't have a problem.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We're just telling you that how we want you to answer, but then you can answer. I'm not telling you how to.
And Robert, can I come in for a second?
Yeah.
The thing is, though, if we're going to be discussing and be grading, there has to be a perimeter. There have to be something that we're comparing. Okay. So if we're talking about governance, then we're talking about governance. If we're talking about, whatever we're talking about, human capital development. So they have to be, we can just fly over because that's where I hear people call. So today, compare we are government to workout government. What are we comparing?
Well,
are we comparing the faces? Are we comparing the ages?
Let me give you an example.
What are we comparing? The
Let me give you an example.
Or
somebody
the travel time?
Somebody
so
can say.
Let's have something tangible that makes sense, logical.
Let me give you one example. Somebody could, even though it's not a matter of fact, it's not a small thing. Someone could say that Joseph Boakai and the Unity Party guys saw George Weah when it came to education academically as less than, right? So he did not appreciate the importance of quality education. But under George Weah, in his first year, we did not see the University of Liberia close for 7 months. When you compare this government, that should be more than, and I'm quoting, the University of Liberia have been closed for 7 months. They have not invested as we anticipated that they will invest. They should be the guys who appreciated education and academics. So when we look at these comparisons in the first year, when we talk about tangibles, governance, and all, we want us to say, okay, based on the fact that I supported this guy, here is my view on how I see their performance in the first year. That's all. But let's come back.
Great. Yeah, at least so all of us have some sort of mental picture where we're headed.
Okay. What was one of the first things you said, Cindy, about planning? For anything you gotta do, what you gotta do?
Blueprint.
You gotta build a blueprint, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we look at planning, and sometimes people don't see when you put it into place the foundational elements of a plan. Okay. You take, for example, across the country for George Weah, if you look at each of the different ministry agencies, how many of them have real plan that were aligned with the PAPD? Garguah.
I think you are. I mean, let's go come back because the play you're taking the conversation right now. Let's come back. We don't have time.
Let's go on the other side.
Let's get off the radio. I said the guys gotta go.
The link is already here. I said, come on the other side. The link is already here. You go on there.
Already, I don't see. I said coming pivot already. He already started pivoting now. So let's come on the other side, so I can answer. We can have a great conversation. Let's go. Come back.
All right, guys. Good night. Oh my goodness. Cindy, you coming on the other side too?
What's on the other side?
The same conversation is just political as compared to I guess what we were having.
Y'all want me to go political? Y'all would get mad at me though.
Right. You see, that's the thing. See, but then you would be the same person who would say you guys don't tolerate women's voice. I think it's encouraging when your voice is just as forceful and putting people to the point. I encourage you to be a part of it. Nobody's going to get mad at you.
And I will come for about 10-20 minutes. I gotta go finish reading.
Thank you. Please
Yeah.
come. We want
All right,
you there.
bye.
All right.